Chapter 11. At the end of his speech, Prince Kevon steps down from the podium to another round of applause. The cameras point to the tables, and this time I force a smile and clap along with the girls. Even though we have plans in place to topple the monarchy, I'm kicking myself for not noticing Prince Kevon earlier. I'm also kicking myself for all the time I spent ignoring Garrett when I could have gathered valuable information for the Red Runners. The muscles in my face ache from being so fake, but I stretch my grin wider, hoping it doesn't look like a pained grimace on camera. My mind skips back to every interaction I had with the supposed guards, but I can't remember having said anything incriminating. "He's nothing special," says Berta with a huff. I continue my applause, not reacting to any sort of incitement to treason. As Prince Kevon passes the front tables, the brown-haired noble rushes out from her seat. Garrett twitches, but relaxes and lets her approach. She wraps her arms around his neck and presses her willowy body against his. The nobles and the Armstrati are the first to stop applauding. Then the girls in the lower tables cease. What's left is the awkward hand-clapping of the few assistants around the room who aren't holding tablets or cameras. "Who's that?" I whisper to Berta. "Raffaella Van Eyck." She nods at the embracing pair. "That actress I was telling you about last night? His girlfriend. It's not a question." "Yeah," she snorts. "Look at the way he's clinging on to her. It makes the whole trial a farce, doesn't it?" I don't voice my agreement, even though Berta's words ring true. I expect annoyed grumbles to spread around the tables, but the girls keep their expressions neutral. Either the presence of the prince or the cameras trained on their faces are keeping them from protesting. But from their earlier reaction to the 12 new contestants, I guess that everyone is bristling on the inside. Emira, who sits on the other table in the back row, catches my gaze. Her eyes are hard, and part of me wonders if she's still sore about her sister not reaching this round. Prince Kevon releases the hug, cups Raffaella's face, and says something that makes her lower her gaze to his lips. Then she parts hers, looking like she wants a kiss. I hold my breath, hoping the pair of lovers contain themselves at least until they turn off the cameras. Someone clears their throat. I tear my gaze away to find Lady Cersei striding across the room. As she passes Garrett, she shoots him a hateful glare. I bite down on my lip. Why should he get in trouble for the actions of the prince? She whispers harsh words to Raffaella and gestures toward the front table. The girl inclines her head and glides back to her seat. "Talk about staking her claim," Berta mutters. Without meaning to, I nod. Everyone in this room with a pair of eyes and a working brain knows that Prince Kevon belongs to Raffaella Von Eyck. And from the defeated postures of the standing girls, they feel it too. Prince Kevon strolls down the left of the room with Garrett at his side. Both young men appear supremely satisfied with their defiant display. I glance at Lady Cersei, whose hands curl into fists. If the object of her fury wasn't a prince, his action might have earned him a whipping. Prunella claps her hands together from the stage. "Thank you, Prince Kevon. Each girl has a break to net face their families while we shoot footage of our new contestants. When you return, you may enjoy a breakfast buffet." Berta is already out of her seat before Prunella finishes her sentence. I turn to Gemini, who stares as though seeing me for the first time. "Hi," I say. "I'm Zia Mays Calico, from Mergosa." She picks up a cup of water. "Corn, Flint, corn, from sweet corn?" Cringing, I clear my throat at the direct translation of my name. It sounds stupid when spelled out like that. "Yeah. What's a net face?" "Are guards stationed at your family home?" Gemini sips her water. I flinch. "No. There aren't any net face terminals in the Harvester region." "How do you know?" I pick up the glass of water in front of me and take a sniff. It's not like I could smell any of that free I drank yesterday. Netface is only available at the Oasis, unless you're a guardian with remote access, or pay to use one of the public terminals within a 100-mile radius from here. Considering Ragosa is 400 miles from the Oasis, I see why she assumes we don't have the technology. I take an experimental sip from my glass. Should we go for a walk then? Gemini's shoulders rise and fall. I stand, waiting to see if she follows. When she stays seated, I down the contents of my glass in a few gulps and walk to the door. Someone grabs my arm and spins me around. Emera Hull scowls into my face, her cheeks flushed with misplaced anger. Vitalat Solar and Cory Barzona from Bose stand at her sides. "What are you doing here?" she snarls. I snatch my arm back. "Let go!" Emera glances to the left, where two women stand behind the now empty artisan table with their cameras trained on us. I huff out a breath. They probably remember her from yesterday's attention-seeking outburst. Since the Armstrad ambassador placed me here for entertainment, I play along and square my shoulders. "Are you still trying to hog the camera time?" The corner of Vitalat's lips curls into a tiny smile. She steps back, out of the camera's range. Cory pulls at Emera's arm, but the blonde girl bats her away. "What did you say?" Emera snarls. I prod Emera in the chest. "If you want to start a lizard chase in a cornstalk, I'm ready." Placing both hands on my hips and hoping I don't look too much of a villain for the audience, I add, "They might have made me the bronco of this rodeo, but I'll buck you if you come close." She draws back and glances at the camera. One of the assistants rotates her hand in a motion I guess means to keep going, but Emera's lips part without a sound. A second later, she mirrors my pose. "They should have called you the donkey. You make an ass of yourself all over Ragosa." "Really?" I smooth my hair over my shoulder. "You must have been watching me from afar, because until we boarded the coach, I never once noticed you." Her nostrils flare and her arm twitches. I raise my chin, waiting for the slap. Instead, she twists, grabs a glass of water, and tosses it at my face. I dodge left, letting the water splash on the ground. "They should make you the copycat, or the hog, that just wasted a precious resource." Emera's eyes widen, and she stares at the empty glass, her face frozen in a rictus of horror. She's probably thinking the same as me. Everybody who ever worked the fields will look upon her actions with disapproval. She's just told the whole of Fangloria that harvesters don't value water. "Wonderful!" Byron Blake rushes toward us. "Keep up the tension for the next few days, and I'm sure the viewers will vote you both into the palace round." The other harvester girls walk out of the room, leaving me alone with Emera, whose face has turned the color of corn milk. "Why does she get to compete when she didn't even make the vote?" she whines. "Friends in high and foreign places." He flashes her a grin and heads to the table of nobles, where a short-haired girl sits with her shoulders shaking with rage. I don't wait around for Emera to finish her tantrum. Instead, I hurry out of the room and follow the other girls down a hallway that leads to a huge lawn. As I step out, the scent of warm earth mingles with the sweet aroma of grass, reminding me of Herdwick. It's a town of shepherds, where everyone either grows herbs in huge semicircular tunnels covered in shaded fabric, or tends to sheep or goats. I went there with Dad to buy seeds for his micro-gardens. The grass in this part of the oasis grows about an inch high, but there are no droppings on the ground to indicate the presence of ruminant animals to keep the growth so trim. Beyond this pristine meadow are shrubs and trees arranged like borders. I continue down a path of stepping stones toward a large tree with a twisting trunk. It rains down branches with tiny mauve flowers. Footsteps strike the stepping stones. Gemini hurries behind me. "You didn't have to play up to the cameras like that." "I'm the bucking bronco. That's my job." She raises her thin shoulders. At least you have a way out. Stay quiet and don't react to anything. Nobody will vote for you, which means going home. It's excellent advice, but I need to get through this round or I'll fail my mission. A long breath heaves out of my lungs, and we continue walking the grounds in silence. I can understand why she's advising me to go home. Are you a noble? I ask. She shakes her head and stares down at the stones. Guardian, my father designed Netface. Our footsteps thud on the stones as we head toward the tree. If it wasn't for the explosion of mauve, I would have identified it as a weeping willow. How does Netface work? It uses similar technology to how you get the government news channel down in Ragosa, she replies. But it's two-way communication, so they can see and hear you while you're watching them. I shake my head. It's something else they're keeping from the harvesters. What else does it do? Everyone's Armstrong monitor contains a camera that communicates with the Royal Hospital and the Central Guard. It's the same with every vehicle. My heart sinks, and I think about the guard I poisoned with my darts. We reach the huge tree, and I duck under its pendulous branches. The tree's thick canopy blocks all but the barest chinks of sunlight and creates a cool respite from the heat. A sweet, floral scent fills my nostrils, and it's the first time I've smelled something so rich and fragrant. Why would people agree to be watched? I lean against the twisted trunk. If someone falls ill or has an accident, the monitors send a message with their location as well as images to make them easier to find. I bite down on my lip. Carolina has to know about this network of cameras. Her underground monitoring station must have somehow grafted itself onto a similar communication system. The scent of the flowers become cloying, and we continue to a large, sprawling pond where 4.5-foot-tall birds with hooked, black beaks stand around the banks, feeding on something in the shallow water. I want to say they're flamingos, but they're a fluorescent green. Gemini stops walking and frowns at the birds. Why do they think your father is a traitor? I blurt. She turns to me, her pale eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you. For what? You're the first person who didn't call him that. People in Ragosa get arrested for all kinds of reasons, few of which are actually crimes. Guards throw out words like treason, sedition, and subversion without defining them. Even looking at a guard funny can get a person locked up if the guard is in a bad mood. I rock back and forth on my feet, struggling with how to phrase what I want to say. I shrug. It's hard to accuse someone without any of the facts. They let me visit his cell. She blinks, releasing the tears, then wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. He didn't do anything wrong. I believe her. The fading scars on my back are a testament to the unfair punishments. 10 lashes for catapulting stones at a guard harassing an innocent girl. After the second whipping, I made sure that no guard would ever identify me as his attacker. We walk a wide perimeter around the large birds and stop at a wooden bench where we both sit. Considering there might be hidden cameras anywhere, I wait to see if Gemini wants to continue speaking. She tucks a lock of hair behind her ear and stares at a pair of birds fighting. The birds bend and straighten their S-shaped necks and swipe at each other with curved beaks. If I had to guess, the taller ones fighting are the males, and the smaller birds with shorter and paler plumage necks are female. Queen Damascena ordered him to release some footage from an Armstrong monitor, she whispers. Now he's being punished for the illegal transmission of confidential data. That's it? As she nods, a tear falls down each cheek. My chest tightens with the unfairness of her situation. What would have happened if he refused her request? Prison, she shrugs. And enough electro-correction to teach him not to refuse the order of a superior. The fighting birds take flight, and we gaze into the tranquility of the pond for several minutes. Morning sun caresses our faces, but it lacks the harsh glare from the harvester region. There's a humidity in the air that bathes the sinuses, and clouds hang in the sky. The oasis would be perfect if it wasn't for the nobles and those who enforce their rules. My stomach growls and I clutch my middle. Breakfast at home is before sunrise, and my body hungers for something other than smoky water and coffee. We'd better head back for breakfast. I stand, casting the birds splashing in the water a wistful glance. Gemini nods and follows me through the grounds and back toward the building. It's just like the one I saw from the window early yesterday morning. 7 stories tall, with large windows on a black roof, and wider than my entire street in Ragosa. From behind, it's impossible to tell that it faces a street. What is this place? I ask. Barracks, for the Royal Navy. She turns around and points to a royal insignia I don't recognize. Most of them have been deployed to deal with the aftermath of the tsunami beyond the mountains. My thoughts pause for a second, and I recall a geography lesson about water-based natural disasters that I thought were irrelevant. Although Fangloria borders the sea, nobody lives beyond the Smoky Mountains. A wall cuts through its foothills to keep out feral animals. We pass a clump of sunflowers, with heads too small to produce edible seeds. I ask, what happened out there? Gemini plucks a flower head. That's what they're trying to find out. A jolt of panic shoots through my heart, and I glance from left to right. If anyone saw her theft. I shake off those thoughts. What on earth could they possibly do to a girl already under a death sentence? As we approach a hedge, female voices ring through the air. One person shouts a command, and the others follow. It reminds me of training with the Red Runners. The 12 Armstradi girls form 2 lines of 6. One of the girls in the middle, a pale redhead, shouts commands, and the girls respond with synchronized replies. They march forward in unison, punch right, and hold. What's this? I ask. Armstrad is a military society, Gemini replies. Everyone is very disciplined. I bite down on my lip and watch their next moves. The girls step forward, thrust a knee up at an invisible opponent, twist away, and then back with an elbow strike. Their movements are so fast that they slice the air with whipping sounds. My throat dries. They're so formidable, asks Gemini. Dangerous. I exhale a ragged breath. Are they soldiers? Everyone in the Armstrad Republic works for the army, she replies. Even the people who manufacture all the healthcare devices. Right, I say. But unease settles in my belly, like the spores that cause leaf mold on tomato trees. It still makes no sense to me that the leaders of Fangloria would allow the Armstrad Republic so much influence when they work so hard to suppress the people who grow their food. The girls make synchronized spins, flying kicks, palm thrusts, filling the air with their shouts. Tension tightens the muscles of my shoulders, and trepidation ties knots through my insides. They move like 12 bodies controlled by a single mind. Zia, says a familiar voice. Prince Kevon stares down at us. Gemini bobs into a deep curtsy, and I do the same, only without the poise. Walk with me, he says. When I turn to Gemini, he adds, Alone. My pulse quickens. I'm not sure if it's because of the display of Armstradi might, my opportunity to turn spy, or because I have the attention of a prince. See you later, I say to Gemini, who nods and turns back to the Armstradi girls. A boulder of dread sinks into my stomach, slowing my movements. What on earth does Prince Kevon want to say to me? Chapter 12. Prince Kevon walks in the opposite direction to where Prunella Broadleaf said we should return. I cast the building a final glance and follow the prince. His strides are long, making me jog to catch up. As we pass the end of the hedges, The sounds of the girl's shouts fade, allowing him to talk, but he remains silent. I study his profile. Wisps of black hair fall from his face and catch the light, reminding me of clear mornings when it's still dark and slithers of light poke out from the horizon. It's a vibrant indigo that darkens into black. "You shouldn't associate with a traitor," he says. His words snap me from my musings. She's innocent. Her father, Gemini Pixel, did nothing to report her father's treachery and should have been loyal to Fangloria. And betray her own father? He nods. Of course. Annoyance creeps over my skin and tightens my features. Prince Kevon will never need to worry about divided loyalties. Everything that's wrong about Fangloria benefits people like him. I preferred him as the blonde guard with the bleached hair who didn't speak. Folding my arms across my chest, I say, "Forgive me for speaking out of turn, Your Highness." "You may speak freely in my presence," he replies. "What kind of child gets their parents executed?" His lips tighten. "You fail to understand the seriousness of Leonidas Pixel's treason." My jaw clenches so hard that the muscles on the sides of my face ache. How could he speak so casually about such injustice? Every word that spills from the prince's lips confirms what we learned in Red Runner meetings. The nobles and royals treat people of other echelons as disposable tools for their selfish means. It's an effort to keep the fury out of my voice, but I say, "Jimeno, Montana presents only good news to us down in the sticks. I only found out today that there was a tsunami. Beyond the mountains, 900 miles away from where you live, and not a concern for harvesters." He shakes his head. "My point is that the nation is watching you consort with the daughter of a traitor. Add your juvenile crimes to the mix and you look like a rebel." I draw in a sharp breath between my teeth and my shoulders stiffen. Had I been that obvious? Prince Kevon quickly adds, "I know you're loyal to Fangloria." His voice is apologetic, and he fixes me with his dark eyes. With the sun on his back and his thick lashes obscuring my view, it's hard to tell their color. "Your motives for joining the trials are pure, but no cameras caught your heartfelt words." I can't hold his gaze for long. My insides squirm with the indignity of having a prince think I'm yearning for his pompous ass, so I nod at the health monitor flashing in his ear. "That Armstrad device records everything." He clutches it in his fingers. "Tinkering with feeds meant for medical and security purposes is what got Gemini Pixel punished. And a blameless girl faces execution because a man followed orders he couldn't refuse." A muscle in his jaw flexes, but he doesn't reply. I inhale a long, ragged breath. What have I done? My mission is to search the palace for secret entrances, not to anger the prince. Part of me is still irritated that he disguised himself as the amiable Sergeant Silver. Even though his hair and eye color have changed, I still think of him as that guard. "Sorry," I murmur. He turns to me and frowns. "For speaking out of turn," I murmur. "I shouldn't have." "Please don't apologize for speaking your mind," says Prince Kevon. "How am I supposed to get to know you if you treat me like a superior?" I wonder if that was why he disguised himself as a guard, but I've already said enough and don't want to ruin my chances of reaching the palace. Something about what he says makes a hysterical laugh bubble up to my throat. Prince Kevon is the superior of everyone in this echelon system, apart from his mother and father. "You find me amusing?" he asks. I shake my head and bite down on my lip. This is so unlike me. Maybe there's something in the water. "Would you care to share the joke, Zia Mays?" His eyes twinkle. I lick my lips. "Do you promise not to get annoyed?" He raises a shoulder. "I can't make any guarantees, but I promise not to have you beheaded." My stomach drops. "Can you really?" Of course not, he says with mock exasperation. At least he no longer wants to know why I was laughing. We walk alongside a row of tall, conical trees, planted so close together that they form a hedge. The breeze carries a menthol scent that fills my nostrils and soothes my frazzled nerves. I can't repeat yesterday's outburst. It's vital to the mission to stay calm, befriend the prince, and progress to the palace round. There might also be other benefits to faking an interest in him. You do realize that I don't have the authority to hand out death sentences, he says. The pixel case is a rarity. Something in his voice tells me he believes what he's saying, and I'm not sure how to respond. You disagree? He asks. Things like that are common all over Fangloria, I say. What do you mean? I tell him the account that Krim, Pharrell, and the others gave of the guard who got stung by a Jimson wasp and fell unconscious. Prince Kevon furrows his brows throughout the tale, appearing to disapprove of the guard's attempt to force himself on a harvester girl. I don't name Pharrell. If he cared enough, he would look up the report. What happened to the guard? He asks. I heard he got taken back to his barracks by a colleague, but later that evening, the guards arrested my supervisor. Prince Kevon stops walking. For what? Letting someone get stung by a wasp. That's ridiculous. So is his arrest, I say. You were there when it happened. He frowns and massages his temple with his fingertips. A few harvesters went into custody that evening. I'll investigate this situation. Acts of nature are hardly the fault of the supervisor who tends to the field. I nod, not yet exhaling a sigh of relief. Prince Kevon might forget or decide not to follow through with his promise. He offers me his arm. Someone wishes to see you. My nose wrinkles. I doubt that Rice has petitioned the prince for a clandestine meeting. Garrett, if you like. I only place my hand on the crook of his elbow because it might lead to Krim's freedom. And there's the chance of gathering information that will help the revolution. I glance around for signs of cameras, then remember that they could be anywhere. On a lamppost, in a tree, hidden deep within the hedge. There's no limit to the number of methods they can use to spy. We walk through a gap in the hedge and into an arched walkway filled with glossy dark green climbing plants with white bell-shaped flowers. Cameras blink within some of their heads, indicating that we're passing through some kind of high security. Where are we going? I ask. To the back of the palace grounds. My heart skips. It's not quite the information Carolina seeks. She wants a way to sneak hundreds, if not 1,000 Red Runners into the palace. But every little bit of intelligence helps. Why did you disguise yourself as a guard? I ask. He smirks. Did I? The blonde hair, the green eyes, the uniform. That was the uniform I wore during my apprenticeship with the Guardians. I suppress the urge to roll my eyes. You don't even look the same as you did on Oasis Vision. He nods. That will be the digital alteration. What? When I pause, Prince Kevon also stops. Now that our feet are no longer thudding the ground, I hear tiny whirs and clicks and buzzes. I glance up to find that one of the flowers has opened, and a small lens reflects my face. Chills creep over my skin, and I snatch my gaze away. If everyone in Fangloria knew my face, I would never complete an apprenticeship or travel around anonymously. That will all change once I take the throne. I shake my head and continue down the walkway. It looks like you've already chosen the winner, I mutter. Why did you even bother to meet us in disguise? Jealous? Heat rushes to my cheeks. Of course not. Only I remember what you said yesterday. That was about someone else. The words tumble from my lips before I can stop them, and I curl my fingers into a fist to prevent my hand from clapping itself over my mouth. Prince Kevon's grin widens. Sure it was. He places a hand on the small of my back. I won't embarrass you any longer." Every shred of dignity in my body rears up, urging me to insist that I really was talking about Bryce Wintergreen, a man who was twice as honorable as this smirking royal. Instead, I shake my head and glance away. Pride almost jeopardized this mission. I will play my part as the entertainment, act the fool, and strike only when I have helped the Red Runners infiltrate the palace. The walkway leads to a gate with a screen that reminds me of the computer tablets that took our handprints. A light scans our faces, and with a click, the gate swings open. We step through a gap in the hedge to a rectangular pool built into the landscape, its edges bordered with rocks and reeds and rushes. It smells of wet earth and sweet clover with a hint of wild mint. A breath catches in my throat. It's the most beautiful and verdant thing I've ever seen. Weeping willows line the left of the water and conceal a thatched hut. In front of the structure lies a substantial wooden deck with 4 wooden loungers and 4 wooden chairs arranged around a small matching table. My gaze sweeps across the space, which is large enough to fit a block of houses in Ragosa. The pool stretches about 150 feet, and at the very far end stands a house twice the size of our family home. "What is this place?" I say, my voice breathy with awe. "A guest house we've reserved for the duration of the trials," he replies. "It's one of the few that has a wild pool." I shake my head, not quite believing anyone would disturb such beautiful surroundings by swimming in them. "Is that safe?" "The plants keep the water clean, and are far better for the body than chlorine." Prince Kevon chuckles and sweeps his arm up toward the reeds at the pool's far right. He has the gall to tell me about a study Guardian scientists made that linked the chemicals in water to skin, eye, and lung diseases within the industrial echelon. This form of natural pool even contains fish, mollusks, and barnacles to keep the water pristine for the nobles who want an outdoor swim. I nod and clench my teeth. The Ragosa bathhouse pool always reeks of chlorine and a chemical that turns blue if anyone urinates in the water. When I was little, I used to emerge from the pool with dry skin, brittle hair, and stinging red eyes, thinking it was the price for being able to swim. Now I understand why Carolina warned us against using it. Trying to keep the bite out of my voice, I say, "It must be nice to bathe in pure water." "I'm sure you'll get an opportunity soon," he says. Someone shrieks at the far end of the pool. A laughing couple emerges from the water. The girl throws her arms around the boy, who tosses her into the air, making her squeal. She lands with a big splash and makes a clumsy doggy paddle toward the edge. "Are you staying here with Garrett?" I ask. He nods. "For the duration of the interim round." I want to ask what he thinks of the recent changes to the princess trials, but the girl climbs up a ladder. She is wearing a 2-piece swimsuit with a bandeau top that clings to her curves. It looks more like underwear than anything fit for wearing in public. My gaze flicks to the clear sky, and I wonder what the sun is doing to the girl's skin. The water darkens her hair to a deep auburn, and as she approaches, I can make out her features. "Pharrell?" I glance at the muscular young man climbing out of the pool, who gives me a jaunty wave. "Garrett." "Don't worry." Prince Kevon pats my shoulder. "Garrett might be flirtatious, but he won't take advantage of your friend." She rushes at me with her wet body, wraps her arms around my back, and squeezes tight enough to force the air out of my lungs. I hug back, remembering that this was the girl who hauled me away from the guards arresting Krim. Thanks to Pharrell's intervention, I didn't get myself locked up, and now Prince Kevon knows about our supervisor's unfair arrest. Her arms loosen, and I suck in a huge breath. "What are you doing here?" "Kevon pulled me out of the trials." She beams and glances at Garrett, who smiles back at her with soft eyes. I'm staying at this guest house for the next few days.
4 weeks,
adds Garrett. I raise my brows. Kevon? Garrett shakes his hair, splattering us all with droplets of water.
There are no titles among friends.
I thought you were his bodyguard. I glance at Prince Kevon. He grins.
And cousin. The king and my father are brothers, says Garrett.
Making you a prince too? I ask. Garrett shakes his head and wraps an arm around Pharrell, who turns to him and beams.
Only those in the direct line of succession use their titles. I'm not even a royal.
I nod. Garrett is a noble. I could have guessed that from the color of his hair. But what does he want with Pharrell? I thought nobles only consorted with their own kind. She grabs my wrist and pulls me toward the pool. You have to see this guest house. My wrist cuff squeals, and Pharrell snatches her arm away. What's that?
We'll have to cut the reunion short, ladies.
Prince Kevon places a hand on the small of my back.
Zia is wanted back at the barracks.
What should be a pleasant stroll in lush green surroundings is now a mad dash to the barracks. I don't realize how far we walked until we need to hurry back to the princess trials. As we round a hedge, the tall white building comes into sight. At the back door stands one of the production assistants, flanked by a pair of camera women. My stomach flips. What's this? He huffs a laugh.
An opportunity for a high-drama scene where she reprimands you for being late, I expect. It happens all the time on Armstrad shows.
Now my insides cringe as I wonder what kind of penalty I will suffer. Prunella Broadleaf already dislikes me for making her look a fool during the auditions. None of the other girls are in the gardens, and it seems like I'm the last to return. The production assistant rushes forward, but the camera women remain at the doors. She's the one from the stage doors who didn't give me the doctored water. Your Highness?
It's my fault that Miss Calico is late,
he says in cool, even tones.
Please ensure that she gets breakfast.
Inclining her head, she dips into a low curtsy. Prince Kevon takes my hand and kisses my knuckles. My heart makes a panicked jolt, and a rapid breath whizzes through my nostrils. I don't want Rice to see me looking so cozy with the enemy.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
He excuses himself and strolls back toward the guest house, and a tight fist of worry squeezes my empty stomach. When we reported the guard who beat Mr. Wintergreen to death, the authorities didn't care to investigate. If anything happens to Pharrell... The assistant places an arm over my shoulders, rushes us to the cameras, and fires questions about my time with the prince. I stutter out something about walking through the grounds, because the people at home can't know that Pharrell is staying in a house with a man. Harvesters don't talk about premarital relations, and I don't believe Prince Kevon for a moment that Garrett won't take advantage of my friend. Border guards take what they want from harvester girls by force. Maybe nobles use charm. I've never heard of an instance of a guard making a harvester girl his wife, let alone someone from a higher echelon. The assistant frowns and lets me back into the dining room where the girls pick at pieces of sliced fruit. She ushers me into my seat. A moment later, someone hands me a plate of apple slices. Berta leans into my side and stares at my plate.
Are you going to eat those?
Yes. I pull the plate closer and pick up an apple slice.
Only you harvester girls are so thin, I thought.
If we're slender, it's because we work all day in the sun, I snap. She huffs a noisy breath.
Touchy.
Why don't you go up for more? I ask.
We're on rations.
Why?
Broadleaf wants us all looking our best for the ball. We're on a special beautification diet.
I scowl at the head table, where Prunella Broadleaf enjoys a bowl full of something more substantial than fruit slices with Byron Blake. Gemini stares down at her plate of orange segments and doesn't eat. Maybe Berta has enough tact not to demand food from the plate of a condemned girl. In moments, I've finished the fruit and my stomach rumbles for more. Disgruntled murmurs travel across the room, and I can't blame the other girls. What should be several days of luxury at the palace has turned into an unknown fate in the empty headquarters of the Navy. While I'm no stranger to hunger, this is the first time I've had to watch someone feast while being deliberately starved. Prunella takes her time over her bowl of breakfast and taps on a screen that she shares with her co-host. I fold my arms across my chest and let my gaze drift to the table of nobles, where the short-haired girl, who I had noticed before, leans across and whispers something to Rafaela van Eyck. The actress rears back, and her pretty features twist into a rictus of rage. My brows rise. It looks like Dad was right about the conflict between the contestants. Mom's voice pipes up in the back of my head. I might be hungry, but at least I don't have to work in the heat.
Welcome back, Prunella says into the camera. We have a real treat for you viewers. A trial designed to bring out the best in our young hopefuls and educate them on the world beyond the Great Wall. I rub my dry throat, hoping Prunella isn't going to throw us into the desert. Behind her, a screen displays a slideshow of a barren landscape of jagged rocks and hills. It looks like the desert, except that there's a lake of boiling red liquid that resembles blood. My throat convulses. This can't be a real location. The Detroit Depression, Berta growls. Gemini claps both hands over her face and whimpers. What is that? I whisper. Didn't you pay attention to your environmental studies classes? Berta rolls her eyes. Never mind.
Berta?
The most hostile microclimate in the continent?
Her brows rise, as though that should mean something. I shake my head. Her nostrils flare, and her chest rises and falls with rapid breaths.
Broadleaf is taking us through the Great Wall, through tribes of wild men, out of the desert, into the place that terrifies even insane cannibals.
Cries of horror spread across the room, mirroring exactly what's going on in my mind. Even the Armstradi girls share nervous glances. When the slideshow switches to cracked earth where molten lava that bubbles and sparks to the surface, every ounce of moisture leaves my throat, and I clap a hand over my mouth. What on earth is Prunella Broadleaf thinking? Chapter 13. Prunella leads us out of the dining room in single file, with camera women filming our expressions. The line of girls appears longer than the 45 sitting around the table and stretches down the long hallway. Berta marches ahead of me, and Gemini is behind. Even though my heart flutters like the wings of a trapped bird, I pull back my shoulders and raise my head. I hope that they show this portion of the show on Oasis Vision, as Carolina and Rice are probably expecting me to have made progress on finding a secret entrance into the palace. A lump forms in my throat. If they keep moving us about, it's going to be impossible for Rice to find me when he arrives at the Oasis to make a delivery. We're going to die. Gemini's whisper makes the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I turn to find two camera women filming her reaction. That's when I realize that Prunella is probably just trying to make us overreact to get exciting footage for her show. She would get into trouble if anything happened to the Noble girls and Ambassador Pascal's protégés. That thought is the only thing that keeps me going while we step out onto the street, where hordes of reporters stand on either side of a walkway lined by armed guards. "Rafaela!" they all shout. Up ahead is a stagecoach with blacked-out windows. All the girls board through its front door, except for one. "Rafaela!" bellows another reporter. "Turn left!" The brown-haired noble stands to one side, posing in her jumpsuit for the camera. Beside her is the short-haired noble, whose name I haven't yet learned, as the reporters haven't shouted for her. The look on the other girl's face is sourer than spoiled vinegar. "Come along." Byron Blake pats me in the back. I follow Berta onto the bus, which is blissfully cool and already filled with frightened girls. Only the 2 rows in front are free, and Berta stretches out in the middle of her double seat, her splayed arms broadcasting her desire to be alone. I take the seat opposite and sit at the window, while Gemini sits at my side. A cacophony of sounds reaches my ears. They're mostly complaints about the meager rations, the Armstradi auditions, and not getting a chance to go to the palace. I lean back in my seat, nodding along to the complaints, as these changes are endangering my mission. Rafaela von Eyck and the other girl board the coach. The short-haired noble takes the seat in front of us, and Rafaela glances at Berta, who shuffles across her seat to the aisle side, further marking her territory. Rafaela glances around for an alternative place, but I'm guessing there are none, because her lips tighten, and she sits next to the short-haired girl. A whistle cuts through the conversation. I raise my head to find Prunella at the front with a small screen dangling from the ceiling on her left. To her right sits Byron Blake at the driver's seat, wearing a pair of thick goggles I assume will help him see through the blackened window. Prunella raises both palms and beams. "All right, girls. Some of you might think we're traveling north out of Fangloria, but we're not." Cries of relief fill the stagecoach, and all the tension leaves my body in an outward breath. Gemini collapses forward, resting her head on the seat in front. Prunella's grin widens. "We're taking you to the next best thing." I glance at Gemini, whose head remains bowed and resting on the back of the front seat. "Environmental scientists have studied the Detroit Depression for years to work out a way to neutralize its hostile climate so we can expand the Great Wall to the north." The screen beside Prunella shows a map of what's left of North America after the ocean swallowed up the coast. She explains that the Great Wall of Fangloria stretches 2,000 miles from what used to be the state of New York and crosses west through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, where it travels south to Kansas, Oklahoma, and ends at the Texas coast. I shake my head from side to side, waiting for her to get to the point. If we're not going to the Detroit Depression, what could possibly be the next best thing? I can't see through the blacked-out windows, but the vibrations of the coach floor indicate that we're going fast. About an hour later, Gemini reaches down to the refrigerator beneath the armrest and pulls out 2 bottles of water. She offers me one and opens a bag of something she calls trail mix. Inside are almonds, cashews, dried berries, coconut chips, and chunks of dark chocolate. Thanks. I lean forward to find 2 empty bottles on Berta's seat, along with 4 empty bags of trail mix. Now I know why she wanted to sit alone. "Do you have any ideas where we might be going?" Gemini nods. I twist around in my seat. "Where?" "Not the botanical gardens." She takes a long sip of water. "The Ministry of the Environment Experimentation Laboratories." "What's that?" I eat a handful of the trail mix and nearly choke on the punch of flavors. Everything is either coated in salt or honey, and the combination is like a jolt to the tongue. Gemini tilts her head to the side. "An artificial environment that looks and feels like different places on Earth." "Okay." I chew on my mouthful of trail mix, making a note never to eat several items at one time. "Is that dangerous?" She nods and closes her eyes. Maybe she's meditating, maybe she's contemplating her fate. But I turn back to the trail mix and pick out a chunk of dark chocolate. If this place isn't real, then it can't be as bad as she's implying. The short-haired girl in front, whose name is Ingrid, snipes at Rafaela von Eyck for wasting everyone's time. I pick out the salted cashew and memorize the salient points of their arguments. Ingrid's father is someone important and is on good terms with King Arius, while Rafaela's mother has never been invited to the palace due to having been born an artisan. Gemini dozes at my side, oblivious to the revelations. But she has bigger worries than the goings-on of the royal court. Eventually the stagecoach stops, and Prunella Broadleaf claps her hands. "Let's go, ladies!" I grab a fresh bottle of water and another pack of trail mix, then follow the two bickering nobles to the front of the coach. The scent of rotten eggs fills my nostrils, and an oppressive heat forces every pore in my body to sweat. This isn't the dry heat of the Harvester region, but something far worse. Comparing it to a steam room would suggest the existence of water. Whatever moisture is in this atmosphere comes from something distinctly rotten. Harsh light stings my eyes and makes me squint as I descend the steps. It can't be sunlight, because I've seen countless cloudless days, and even they aren't as bright as what's outside. The nobles in front gasp, as does Gemini, who stands at my back. When my eyes adjust, the hostile landscape stretches out to what looks like infinity. I'm no painter, and my vocabulary doesn't encompass enough colors to describe the fluorescent yellow salt crystals that form tiny pyramids across the ground. Steam billows off pastel green puddles, which might be the source of the sulfurous stench. Production assistants attach bands to our heads that beep. I touch the warm metal of mine, only for a spark of electricity to snap at my fingers. "You can't leave us here," screeches Ingrid. "I didn't consent to hostile simulations or out-of-Fangloria excursions." I nod along with the noble, and the other girls voice their noisy protests. 100 feet away stands various methods of transportation. A covered jeep that can fit 12, 2 topless jeeps, 6 quad bikes, 12 camels already laden with blue saddlebags, and 6 zebus, carrying the same bags. Zebus are horned cows with a massive hump used by the deliverers in Beauce to transport dairy products to other towns within the Harvester region. One of the production assistants guides Berta, Gemini, and me over a wooden pathway to a cordoned-off platform. We're the only group sectioned off like this, and all the other girls gather to our left and right. Maybe they're going to ask the girls to throw things at us, in revenge for my hurling a tomato at Prunella's face during the audition. Prunella spreads her arms wide. "Welcome to your first trial." She turns to the camera with a solemn expression. "Look around, people. This is what lies beyond the desert. A hostile, toxic wasteland riddled with monsters warped beyond sanity by the evils of pollution." I glance at the polluted scenery, not knowing what to believe. The yellows are too vivid to have come from nature. The greens make me wince, and everything apart from the boiling puddles has dried to husks. "Is this place real?" I whisper. "We learned about it in environmental sciences," Gemini whispers back. I note that she doesn't confirm that the Detroit Depression really exists. This feels like a propaganda message designed to remind the lower echelons that the nobles provide us with refuge from something worse than just the desert. Maybe this is why Mom is so grateful to be a harvester, even if that means constant hunger and hard work. Maybe this is really what's out there, and we're lucky to be in Fangloria. Prunella makes 3 sharp bursts with her whistle. I shake off those thoughts and focus on the rest of her announcement, with the reminder that harvesters contribute more than we consume. "This is an exercise in teamwork." She claps her hands together. "Form groups of 6 and use any means of transportation to cross the depression and reach the mirage, which you'll find in the north. The first girl to enter the threshold will enjoy dinner or breakfast with Prince Cavan." My stomach churns at the implication that we'll be here all day and possibly the night. All the other girls turn to each other and talk, drowning out Prunella's words. "Settle down," she squawks. "Apart from this meal,
There will be no opportunities for one-to-one time with His Highness until the palace round. Some of the girls shriek, and my head pounds from the oppressive heat and the impending dehydration. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Prunella points a gun into the air and shoots a red flare. Go, go, go! The Armstradi girls sprint toward the largest jeep before Prunella stops speaking, while the nobles and guardians rush to the other 2 jeeps. Meanwhile, Cory Barzona from Bose leads the harvesters to the Zebus. I curl my fingers around the barriers encasing us and want to spit on the ground, but 3 assistants point cameras at our faces. We're the entertainment, but this situation looks like it could kill. A moment later, the girls pile out of the jeeps. Berta barks out a laugh. What's happening? I ask. They're not authorized. She claps her hands together and watches the Guardian girls run to the solar bikes and race toward the Mirage. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? I shake my head, but can't stop staring at the mad scramble for transportation. The Armstradi girls all vacate the covered jeep and rush to the vehicle that the Guardian girls abandoned. One of them starts the engine, and they all roar with triumph. They split into 2 teams, one to drive that jeep, and the other to commandeer the vehicle that the artisan girls can't get to start. A moment later, they race down the wilderness. A camera focuses on Berta, who says, Nobody can drive a vehicle if they don't have authorization from the onboard computer. She points at her wrist cuff. All our information is stored here. The noble girls get the larger jeep working and drive off after the Armstradi girls. I shake my head. Not only is this trial rigged, but they're not even trying to hide their blatant bias toward the nobles. Why do they get the only covered vehicle? The industrial and artisan girls, who didn't attempt to get a vehicle working, each mount a camel, and the guardians mount the bikes. Byron Blake opens the cordon, and I take my first step onto hot ground that crunches beneath my feet. How are we supposed to reach the Mirage? I ask. One of the stagehands emerges from the other side of the coach with a herd of long-bearded goats with oversized horns that point toward the sky. Another assistant drags 3 backpacks across the yellow ground. Good luck, girls. Byron boards the coach. Prunella and the camera women follow him. Then the door hisses shut, and the coach reverses out through what appears to be a black hole in the atmosphere. A swarm of hand-sized drones fly in, each carrying cameras. What on earth is that? I point at the gap. The walls are projections, says Gemini in a monotone. Everything else, however, is not. A white screen lowers itself over the hole and completes the hellish landscape. I turn back to the goats, which wander away in all directions. Goats aren't even beasts of burden. Berta rushes after the largest one and grabs it by the horn. They're supposed to carry our packs, you idiot! Irritation flares across my skin, adding to the prickly heat. Will you stop calling me names? Ignoring me, Berta wrestles her pack onto the goat's back and glides it over the other girl's tire tracks. She and her goat march off without a word. I trudge toward the other 2 backpacks and pull one to the side. Its contents are divided into 2 compartments that could easily hang on both sides of a goat. Nobody should have to carry another's burden, says Gemini. My head throbs, but words shrivel in my throat. What do you say to a girl under a death sentence for a crime she not only didn't commit, but is designed to be a punishment for her father, whose skills deem him too valuable to execute? I glance at the only goat who hasn't galloped into the distance and decide he will suffice. Come on, then. I shoulder on my pack. Let's go. The goat grazes on a tuft of vegetation, and I place a hand on its warm shoulder. Easy now. I shake off my bag and put it on the goat's back. Come with me. When it doesn't move, I wrap a hand around its horn and give it a gentle tug. Get up.
You can't force it, says Gemini. What if the mirage is a long walk? Then you'll waste your time and energy forcing a goat to carry something against its will. The goat pulls against my grip, jerking me forward. I stumble over my feet and land on my hands and knees. Ouch! Intense heat has me scrambling to my feet. Gemini is right. Handling the goat is turning out to be way too much effort, and I'm probably providing those drones with comedy footage to entertain the lazy nobles in their mansions. I release the horn, and the goat sprints with my pack toward the horizon. Hey! I rush after him, but Gemini grabs my wrist. It won't stop, she says. I think it wore a control collar. By the time whoever is operating it lets you catch up with the goat, you'll be far from the mirage. A shudder runs down my spine. I wipe my damp hands on the pants of my jumpsuit and try not to ponder if such a collar can also control humans. It's too hot to mess around, and I walk beside Gemini in the direction Berta headed. She and the goat are small figures in the distance, and there's no sign of the girls riding the camels and Zebus. I turn to Gemini. Let's take turns carrying your pack. We continue for what feels like an hour in the heat, never closing the distance between Berta and us. We pass the yellow salt mounds with boiling puddles and travel across rocky hills of varying shades of brown. Gemini explains that the real Detroit Depression used to be a group of freshwater lakes that became submerged by the Atlantic Ocean but dried up over the centuries. Our footsteps crunch beneath us, and the slicing blades of the drones overhead sound like fans but provide no relief from the heat. As we travel over a field of earth so cracked and baked that it resembles curved platters, neither of us speak or pause unless it's for sips of the water we took from the stagecoach. We walk over a hill and toward a large figure that lies face down on the ground. Drones surround her like mosquitoes, only parting when we approach. What do you think happened to her? Asks Gemini. She's dehydrated. I open our shared pack and find a small version of the sunshade Crimerex over the water rations to keep them from evaporating. I set it up over Berta's prone body and kneel at her side. What should I do? Asks Gemini. Help me roll her onto her back. It's rare to see someone so far gone, as there's usually a cactus or a kind harvester who will give a thirsty person enough to drink to get them to the dome for medical treatment. I pour drops of water onto Berta's lips until she becomes conscious enough to take a sip. Berta's eyelids flicker, and she rasps out a breath. Calico? And Gemini, I reply. How long? An hour or more, I say. You've got to take tiny... Berta snatches the bottle from my fingers and gulps its contents. Hey! I try to take it back, try to tell her that we don't have much water left. But she gives me a hard shove, and I land on my tailbone. What's wrong with you? I snap. After draining the bottle, Berta exhales a long breath. Got any more? I shoot Gemini a harsh look, silently urging her not to volunteer her water. She takes several steps back and hides the bottle behind her back. My teeth grind so hard that my jaw muscles ache, and I regret having saved the oaf. Berta reminds me of the guards who swagger around Ragosa, acting like they're our bosses instead of people sent to do a job. She's rude, pushy, and mostly thinks of herself. Hatred takes hold of my heart and expands until it cuts off my air. I dismantle the shade, place it back into the pack, and leave Berta where she sits. It's only fair, since she ditched us the second she secured herself a goat. I walk over to Gemini and place a hand on her shoulder, indicating that we should leave. Where are you going? Berta asks. The mirage. Where do you think? I snap. Gemini shoots me a concerned glance, and the anger swelling through my insides deflates. I want to tell her that I wasn't always this hard or abrasive, but it would probably be a lie. For a moment,
I forgot about the echelon system and considered Berta a comrade. She's nothing of the sort. Gemini might be a guardian, but she's suffering the brunt of the corrupt system. Berta trails after us, her breath labored. "Don't walk so fast." I glance at Gemini, who slows her steps, meaning I've got to do the same. "Hey," says Berta. "Sorry I walked off earlier." "Why did you do it?" I stare into the distance, where the heat makes the landscape wriggle. "Did you think we were dead weight?" "Will you stop putting words into my mouth?" Berta snaps, mirroring something I said to her when we first met. Conveniently, she doesn't supply an answer. She probably ditched us because she thought she had a better chance of survival on her own. "This is a team-building exercise," says Gemini in a quiet voice. "If we can't work together..." Her headband hisses and emits brown gas. "What was that?" says Berta. I spin around. Berta is looking at something in the distance. I can't see what because her large body is in the way, but she turns and sprints past us with a yell. An ostrich races toward us at an alarming rate, creating clues of dust underfoot. Panic spears through my heart. "Run!" Gemini bolts, and I sprint alongside her. Mom told me a story about being chased by a savage ostrich in the barrens and having to stay in a tree the entire night as the creature circled her hiding place. They're huge, deadly, and relentless with their prey. Several strides ahead, Berta scrambles up a rocky slope, and I pick up my pace with renewed hope. "It's gaining on us!" screams Gemini. We both scramble up the slope, which has enough footfalls to prevent slipping. I keep my eyes on the rock, not caring if I get blisters on my hands from its heat. Something crumbles underfoot. Gemini groans and slides down the rock face, but doesn't try to climb up. "What are you doing?" My eyes bulge at the approaching creature. "Take my hand!" Instead of reaching out to me, Gemini stretches her palms outward and screams. There are only seconds left before the bird attacks. I crawl down, but a large hand grabs my arm and drags me up the slope. "Berta!" I growl. "Let go!" "Don't be so trucking stupid," Berta snarls from between clenched teeth. "This is Pixel's execution." As Berta drags me to safety, my mouth opens in a silent scream. This is no ostrich. No ostrich has a peacock blue neck with crimson wattles, and no ostrich has a horn on the crown of its head that's twice as thick as its beak. The creature towers over Gemini. It's over 6 feet in height, and swipes its mighty beak across her face, causing her to fall to the ground with a shriek that rings through my ears. Chapter 14. I'm half scrambling, half dangling over the rocky slope, trying to get to Gemini, with Berta holding me back like I'm under arrest. Gemini's scream wrenches at my gut. The giant bird spreads out its broad wings, casting a shadow over Gemini, and swipes at her with its beak as she tries to rise. She stumbles up, with her forearms raised to shield her face, but the bird rams into Gemini and knocks her down. "Let go!" I try to wriggle free, but Berta is too strong, too stubborn, too stupidly selfish. "That's a great cassowary, you twit," she snarls. "It's killing her." "The penalty for harming an endangered species is a bullet through the brain." Her words hit me like a punch in the gut. This attack was deliberate, as was the brown gas that came out of her metal headband, as was the appearance of a creature that likely belongs to the Oasis Animal Sanctuary. My entire body goes slack with shock. That gas was probably some kind of pheromone. Berta still doesn't loosen her grip. "Now, do you see that this is an execution?"
My chest tightens, and tears fill my eyes. Gemini rolls into a tight ball as the cassowary tramples over her, turns, and tramples her again. Dust clouds form around the creature's feet as it kicks and stomps and pounds Gemini. 4 of those infernal drones surround the pair, filming the destruction of an innocent girl. The sun, or whatever is illuminating this place, brightens. I lurch forward, but Berta's grip tightens. If I act, I'll get myself shot and will fail the mission. If I stand here and watch, I'll provide entertainment to sadistic nobles and taint my soul. Let go of me, I croak. After everything I've said, you still want to get yourself killed? Her breath is hot, angry, as though anything I do might reflect badly on her. I need to search Gemini's backpack. With as much force as I can muster, I slam my elbow into her gut. With a grunt, Berta releases her grip. I stumble forward a step and she holds me steady. "What's inside?" she says, as though I didn't just deal her a painful blow. "Some kind of gun." "Calico," she growls. It's not like I'm going to shoot the stupid bird and get myself arrested. Gemini's screams turn to whimpers, and time is running out. I shoulder off the backpack and lay it flat on the slope. Several items lie in the way: the pop-up shelter, a reflective foil blanket, and some sort of device that looks like it might inflate. My fingers brush against something hard, plastic, and shaped like a gun. I pull it out. Berta steps back and raises her hands, her gaze darting to the drone hovering close. "This is not my idea. I wanted to leave the trader and continue to the mirage." I shake my head and point the gun down the slope. There's a time for wavering, but it's not when someone is being trampled to death by an enraged cassowary. My muscles tighten, and I widen my stance. Rice told me that the first time I fired a gun with live ammunition, there would be a recoil that might knock me backward. Clenching my teeth and bracing myself for anything, I aim 10 feet to the left of the cassowary and squeeze the trigger. Instead of a gunshot, a high-pitched blare pierces my eardrums. "Cut it off!" Berta doubles over, with both hands clapped over her ears. The shrill muffles her voice. "It won't stop!" I shout back. My gaze drops to the bottom of the slope, where Gemini lies motionless on the ground. The cassowary sprints into the distance. Berta snatches the noisy gun from my fingers and stomps on it with a heavy boot, but that does nothing. As she continues to attack the inanimate object, I rush down the slope, fall onto my behind, and skid my way down to Gemini. "Hey!" I land beside her on my knees and brush blonde hair off her face. Her tears have already dried into trails of salt that highlight her reddened skin. Although blood seeps through the arms of her slashed jumpsuit, her face is unmarked. I press my fingers to her throat, which pulses with an irregular beat. "Gemini?" She doesn't answer. My throat thickens. If her bones are broken and I rolled her to the side, would that make her recovery worse? The drones that filmed the attack hover down, and a camera whirs inches from my ear, presumably to get a close-up of my face. If this is what they do in Armstradi shows, it's no wonder the ambassador looks like an unfeeling cyborg. "Gemini," I repeat, even though the effort is futile. Berta's heavy footsteps crunch over the mound as she approaches. She hovers over me with her hands on her hips. "Is she dead?" "We've got to move her, in case something else attacks." I inject as much venom in my voice without sounding treasonous. "Calico," she says with a sigh. "What?" I snap, irritation spreading across my fevered skin. Right now, I wish it was Berta and her big mouth lying here injured instead of Gemini. If this is about her death sentence, she's bad news. You're not her executioner. Berta steps back, her mouth slack, and her eyes wide with shock. I don't know what my words have triggered, but I hope she finally stops thinking about herself.
Carry her if you want, but don't turn to me when she's dead weight.
Berta's watch has an app that directs us over the hill, and we trudge for what seems like hours in the heat. The sun shines brighter, evaporating all traces of moisture from my mouth, my throat, and even from the surface of my skin. This level of tiredness and dehydration is worse than working a day in the tomato fields without water. How big can a simulation be? I try to keep the whine out of my voice, but the effort is futile.
As big as the botanical gardens? Berta croaks.
The series of domes that surround the oasis? I'm too tired to ask, but I've already worked out that we could be here for days if our bodies don't give out first. Our surroundings are more desert-like, with acres of sun-bleached earth and the occasional fluorescent green pool edged with white salt crystals. My dry throat rasps for me to dip my fingers into the water for a taste, but Berta warns me that the salt water will worsen my dehydration. My ears ring from the gun, but the clomp of our boots over the grit breaks up the sound. I can't keep up with Berta's longer paces, so she slings Gemini on her back. Later, Gemini's headband hisses again and releases green gas. No, I groan. Berta lowers Gemini to the ground.
What the hell was that?
A dark mass approaches from the sky. Without a word, I drop the backpack and rush toward the girl on the ground. Berta snatches the bag and sprints ahead with a new burst of energy. I hope she's getting a head start to find something in the backpack, but based on recent events, she's probably just saving her own hide. Not wanting to wait, I gather Gemini in my arms and break into a stumbling jog. My steps crumble salt crystals underfoot, but a sound other than the whir of camera drones fills my ears. I've heard this sound before, in documentaries about creatures that used to plague the earth. It's the rattle and rustle and roar of tiny wings. Wings of creatures supposed to be extinct. The darkness dissipates into thousands of little blots. Locusts, only with bodies as long as my hand encased in sand-colored carapaces. Shoo! I wave an arm, but they keep coming. The lining of my stomach shudders with trepidation. Locusts eat crops and vegetation, but what happens if they land on someone who smells like food? The giant locusts surround us. Some of them get caught in the mechanism of the drones, causing them to clatter onto the ground. Any cold satisfaction I might feel from their destruction is wiped out by the sensations of stick-like limbs landing on my face. I scream through gritted teeth. The sound is guttural and vibrates through my insides. A mix of fear and disgust propels me forward, and I grip Gemini tighter and run through the swarm. Her headband hisses again, and despair washes through my insides. Tears stream down my cheeks as I run, only to evaporate in the heat. They want me to abandon Gemini, to save myself while those wretched locust things either sting or eat her flesh. I lower my head and stumble forward through the swarm. A roaring bellow snaps me out of my trance, and I raise my head to find Berta running toward us, brandishing some sort of flamethrower. A scream tears from my lips. The flying fiends scatter into the sky, and Berta doubles over and pants with exhaustion.
That was fun, she mutters. I haven't played with one of those in years.
I want to ask her why she helped us, but I'm too tired to speak. When she rises, Berta takes Gemini off my back, slings the unconscious girl over her shoulder, and marches ahead.
I've found shelter.
Shelter takes the form of a 5-foot-tall hollow in the rock slope. It's open but shaded from the sun, with the air a little more humid than outside. There's enough space to stretch out my legs if I sit with my back against the rock wall, and the break from the oppressive heat and attacking creatures makes every muscle in my body relax. Berta props Gemini against the wall, but the smaller girl soon rolls over to my side. Thanks for coming back for us, I murmur as she sits on the far side of the shelter.
Don't say that like I'm a heartless monster. My shoulders slump. Everything with Berta is either an attack or a defense. I don't know what her life was like before, but I'm getting the impression she isn't good at making friends. I wasn't executing Pixel for your information, she mutters. All right. I lean forward to shake the dust and grime out of my hair. Berta doesn't say anything for a while, and I'm too busy trying to examine Gemini for injuries to check on the larger girl. These past hours have been horrific, and I don't know how team-building exercises in hostile conditions can be entertaining. Even though the Locust attacks destroyed the drones, I'm sure the metal bands on our heads contain cameras. The membranes in my throat stick together, and I wish that awful cassowary hadn't trampled over our last source of water. My grandmother was executed, Berta says. What? My head snaps up. Berta's lips thin. Miranda Swab, a woman who performed surgery on foundling babies to make them eligible for genetic acceptability tests. That's what Mom had to undergo to qualify to become a harvester. I thought all foundlings could take the test if they wanted. Not if they possess features that make them look less than perfect. I tilt my head to the side and picture the jawless man I saw in Carolina's underground hideout. Berta rolls her eyes. A genetically perfect child with the tiniest of defects won't get a chance. Instead of fixing wrinkles and straightening the noses of her benefactors at the Oasis, Miranda Swab used valuable resources to undermine the very system that makes Fangloria great. Her words sound rehearsed, as though she said them over and over to separate herself from the actions of her grandmother. I wrap my arms around my bent legs and rest my chin on my knees. What happened to her? A televised execution by firing squad. It's now part of the medical ethics curriculum. Berta shakes her head. My cousins still get asked about their traitor grandmother, and few want to associate with a tainted name. Mother was a swab, but she's lucky to be so pretty. My brows draw together, as I have no idea what she's talking about. You know what men are like. Berta raises her brows and gives me a meaningful look. My tongue darts out to lick my lips. I don't have many male friends, and my brothers hardly count. They'll overlook anything for beauty. That's how she got someone like Dad. Oh. Is she telling me this because of the comment I made earlier about her being Gemini's executioner? Don't look at me like that, she snaps. You think that because I'm ugly with a tainted background that I've got no future. My shoulders slump. My eyes are open, and I'm looking at you because you're talking. It's basic manners. It's all right for you, she mutters. When you get home, everyone will think you're a hero for being on the princess trials, even if it's as a bucking bronco. A hot breath escapes my nostrils. Berta has two sets of conversations running through her mind. The real one, and the one she imposes on everyone else. She's exhausting at the best of times, but I can't deal with her right now. My eyes flutter closed, and I inhale one deep breath after another until I fall asleep. A large hand grabs my shoulder and shakes me awake. It's dark, and Berta looks refreshed, with a smear of chocolate around her thin lips. Every muscle in my body aches, and I feel like I've lost even more water just by lying in the shade and breathing. What? I groan. Her pale eyes sparkle. I've found the mirage. What? Come on. She hoists me up by the arm. My head hits the low wall, and a groan slips from my lips. I glance around the empty shelter. Where's? Pixel is safe. I'm half asleep, half desiccated, and my surroundings spin. But somewhere underneath the tiredness and confusion is a suspicion that Berta abandoned us while I was sleeping
but has changed her mind. I don't have the strength to dwell on it, because she's dragging me out of the shelter into the night. A steel blue haze makes up the cloudless sky, and a burst of amber light glows from a distant hill, turning its surroundings mauve. I want to say it's the sun on the horizon, but it spouts like an explosion of lava. The air is significantly cooler, and I don't feel like the effort of walking would dry me into a husk. I trail behind Berta, who marches down the slope, at the bottom of which is another hill. "What's going on?" I croak. "One of the other Guardian girls must have abandoned her solar bike," she says. "By the time I found it, the sun charged it to 30%, which was enough to get me to the Mirage." "What's out there?" I ask. "It's a barracks, with water, a shower, and comfortable beds." She glances at me over her shoulder and flashes a grin. That's when I notice that she's no longer covered in grime and wears a jumpsuit that fits. It's also khaki, with larger side pockets than the one she'd complained about in the morning. "Is that where you spent the night?" I ask. She stops dead and casts me a venomous glare. "You're an ungrateful little twit." My dry throat convulses. "What?" Berta points a thick finger between my eyes. "I could have sat on those comfortable seats and finished all those yummy supplies, but I returned for you." Something she says doesn't sit right with me, but I push that aside for now. Gemini's out there in the dark, and I won't be able to survive much longer without Berta's help. "Thank you." "That's more like it." She marches ahead and pulls something from the side pocket of her jumpsuit. The crack of a plastic seal breaking suggests that it's a drink, and I pick up my pace. "Is that water?" She takes several long drags before holding out a bottle a third full. "Want some?" "Please." I take the bottle and take several small sips. It's lukewarm, but each tiny mouthful seeps into the dry membranes of my mouth, slides down my parched throat, and fills me with a vitality I thought was lost forever. I hum my appreciation at the refreshing drink. Berta frowns with the kind of glare that suggests I'm selfish, but she drained the last of my water earlier and thanked me with a hard shove. I leave her a mouthful and offer up the bottle, but she shakes her head and pulls another out from her side pocket. I slip the rest of the water into my own pocket in case Berta hasn't thought to give any to Gemini. The walk down the slope feels longer than the mad scramble up when the cassowary had been running toward us. Maybe that's because the hill had risen so gently over the long walk that I hadn't even noticed it, not even in my fatigued state. My foot slips over loose rocks, but I right myself before falling onto my behind. Berta snorts at my inelegance. Our surroundings become brighter, with light glowing from behind the distant hills, but there's no sign of the sun. "Where are we going?" I ask. She points further down the slope. "The solar bike is down there. I would have come sooner, but it took all night to charge the battery." I'm so grateful for the water sloshing in my pocket that all I can do is nod. As we walk down the slope, hot droplets fall from the sky. One slides down my face and onto my lips, and I catch it with my tongue. Its sour taste makes me spit. "Acid rain!" Berta sprints ahead. I jog behind her with my head down and my mouth clamped shut. Everyone has heard of acid rain. Before the disasters struck, it was only mildly acidic and didn't kill people right away. In modern history, they taught us about concentrated sulfur dioxide raining from the sky. But I never knew that such a thing would be possible today in Fangloria. The drops quicken into a torrent, and it feels like rainy season in Ragosa, except no one is dancing with their arms spread and their heads tilted to the sky. Puddles form in the depressions of rock and splash drops of acid onto my boots. Nothing is sizzling yet, but my skin itches. By the time I reach the solar bike, Berta stands in a hooded cape with an unprotected Gemini on her back.
I stagger forward, not believing her selfishness, and rage escapes me in a scream. Berta stares at me as though I've lost my mind, and I shake my head. I should direct my anger at those who put us in this situation and be grateful Berta left the shelter to rescue us. "Is there another cape?" I ask. She lifts the seat, rifles through the storage compartment beneath, and pulls out a green cape. I walk to the solar bike and lower myself on the seat. "Give her here." After positioning Gemini in front of me, Berta places the cape over my head, and the garment engulfs the smaller girl and me. This arrangement will crush her between our bodies, but at least she's no longer being pelted by acid rain. Berta mounts the solar bike and flicks her head to a sodden track. "Let's go!" This is the first time I've been on anything other than a push bike, and the gentle rumble of the solar bike makes my heart thrum. As the night fades and our surroundings brighten, hot rain batters our bodies. I cling onto Berta, and sweat covers every inch of my skin. Poor Gemini feels as hot as a roasted bird. We travel alongside a stream that's so full of sludge that it resembles pea soup, and an overturned jeep submerged to the wheels in water. I exhale a long breath and wonder what on earth happened to the Armstradi girls. Up ahead, abandoned solar bikes litter the track, and Berta negotiates them with rapid turns. I shake my head, wondering if they also ran out of battery. The ground dips, and we speed down a slope that feels like it's crumbling under the bike's wheels. Clenching my teeth, I grip to Berta's larger body, hoping I'm not killing poor Gemini. As the acid rain dwindles to a few stray drops, we round a huge salt mound and approach a dome that appears to be built on water. Its reflection ripples, and steam seems to billow out from beneath the building. Berta cuts off the engine and dismounts. She pulls the cape off our bodies and, without being prompted, carries Gemini through the door. My entire body slumps forward, and a huge breath gusts out from my lungs. It's too early to feel relieved. Just as the prize for arriving first is a meal with Prince Kevon, I think there will be a penalty for ending last. Chapter 15. The moment I step through the door of the Mirage, blue light shines at me from all directions, accompanied by several blasts of cold air. It chills my wet skin, and I squeak at the memory of another type of sterilizing light I experienced at the start of the trials. I'm in a vestibule of some sort, with another door straight ahead, secured by a tall panel that scans my body. The cuff on my wrist vibrates, and a shudder runs through my insides. What on earth are they going to do to me now? CMA's Calico, Harvester Echelon Rugosa, says a mechanical voice. Detoxification complete. You have clearance. With a click, the door opens, and I step through to the Mirage. Even though the Mirage is a dome, its interior is a larger version of the room I share with Gemini and Berta. The main space is a square, with 6 beds spaced evenly against one wall, opposite a living space of 4 sofas, a table with 6 chairs, and a kitchenette. I gape at the double perspex doors of what appears to be a refrigerator. Gemini lies on one of the sofas with an angry rash covering her face and hands, and Berta lounges on another with a giant bag of trail mix. I rush to a tall refrigerator and pull open the doors. A blast of frigid air engulfs my body, but there's absolutely nothing on any of the shelves. "Where's the water?" I ask. Something hard and cold hits the side of my head and falls to the ground. I close the refrigerator door and stare at the plastic bottle on the floor. Resisting the urge to say something about throwing precious resources, I pick up the water and perch on the edge of Gemini's sofa. Tiny blisters appear on the side of her face, and I hiss through clenched teeth. All that time spent exposed to acid rain must have caused them to flare up. I raise my head and glower at Berta, who stares at a huge screen. Why didn't you wake me when you carried Gemini out of the shelter? I ask. She turns to me and raises a thick brow. You want the knight in shining armor treatment? I flinch at her words. Mom's voice scolds me for being ungrateful. But something about this situation doesn't add up. She also could have returned for us the moment she discovered the quad bike. It would have saved her the extra trip. Prunella Broadleaf's broad face appears on screen. Congratulations, stragglers! Now that your entire team has reached the Mirage, you have completed the teamwork trial. Oh. I dip my head. They wouldn't allow Berta to return to the barracks until she had collected us all. I wonder what Mom would say about the larger girl's behavior. Prunella tells us that a vehicle is on its way, and the screen broadcasts highlights from yesterday's trial to a comedic saxophone solo. The first scene is of the nobles sitting in their spacious covered jeep, enjoying snacks and glasses of sparkling liquid. It cuts to a view of them speeding through the wilderness and launching explosives at the Armstradi girls in their topless vehicle. They were having a party, mutters Berta. Yes. I raise Gemini's head onto my lap and crack open the bottle. After pouring some of the water into the cap, I place it between her cracked lips. Back on the screen, Vitalot can't get her Zebu to move, and Emira's collapses with exhaustion. Cory Barzona, the milkmaid, coaxes Vitalot Zebu with a handful of water, and all the Harvester girls cross the expanse together, sharing bottles of water and trail mix covered in melted chocolate. Berta snorts. Your echelon is boring. At least they're not attacking others or stabbing them in the back, I snap. Most of the other scenes are mundane. The Guardian girls ride through the wilderness on solar bikes with manic grins until one runs out of power and shouts at the others for help. They continue across the expanse until all their bikes fail. Then they trek toward the Mirage on foot. Gemini stares at me through bleary eyes, and I offer her the entire bottle of water. Berta claps her hands together. Now that's teamwork. The artisan girls look like they're having the most fun on the backs of their camels. They sip from bottles of water, eat endless supplies of snacks from their saddlebags, and point out the scenery, which is only breathtaking from a distance. Even though the industrial girls have the same items as the artisans, they seem less impressed with their surroundings and get lost before eventually finding the Mirage. I take a long drag of water and watch the highlights of our adventure. Berta gets butted in the gut by a goat, which absconds with her backpack. Then the rest of the montage focuses on close-ups of Gemini getting trampled by the cassowary, besieged by giant locusts, and pelted by acid rain. The girl whimpers, and tears stream from her cheeks. I thought being a scapegoat only meant getting an execution. Berta rears back with an "are you stupid" kind of frown. What the hell do you watch in your spare time? The scapegoat's suffering is part of the foundation of Armstrad humor. And what about the underdog? I snap. Her lips tighten. That person suffers enough from being themselves. I glance down at Gemini, who squeezes her eyes shut. Berta turns from the screen and stares into my eyes. If the contest is about weightlifting, then the underdog will be a scrawny guy with a body like a 12-year-old who can't lift as much as the others. My brows draw together. What's the point of putting them in the contest, then? To show that the other contestants are tough. When I don't respond, her face twists into a rictus of rage. I know what you're thinking. Actually, I'm looking at what you're doing on screen. They're playing a clip of us in the shelter. After I've closed my eyes, Berta waves her hand over my face. When she's sure that I'm asleep, she pulls out a water bottle from the pocket of her jumpsuit. She sneaks out into the wilderness, treks down the hill, and finds the bike. The camera shows a close-up of her glancing up the hill to where she's left us. Then she snorts and rides off. The real Berta's indignant rage fades. Listen, Calico, forget it. I turn back to the screen.
which shows a montage of her in the mirage, feasting on trail mix, glugging bottles of colored liquid, and watching the princess trials until she dozes on the sofa and gets woken by an on-screen Prunella Broadleaf. I can guess that this is the time she discovers that she can't complete her trial without us, because she punches the sofa and rises from her seat.
"Came back for you, didn't I?" she mutters.
"Otherwise you'd be trapped here," I reply. Mom would tell me to focus on helping Gemini. Carolina would tell me to stop being surprised that Berta acts in line with her echelon and to focus on the mission. They're both right. I hand the water bottle back to Gemini and tune out Berta's rambling explanation. Prunella's face fills the screen.
"Welcome back to the Princess Trials highlights. You've missed a lot of exciting events. Would you like to know who won the teamwork trial?"
"No," I mutter. The screen cuts to the exterior of the Mirage. It's still daytime, and the covered Jeep races toward the camera.
I shake my head. Of course, one of the nobles would win if supplied with an armed vehicle to sabotage stronger opponents.
The Jeep skids to a halt and brings up a cloud of dust. All 4 doors fly open and the nobles pile out, but one girl is clearly in the lead. Ingrid's pretty face twists with a mix of malice and determination. She runs with a wide-elbowed gait designed to strike at her opponents. The caption, "Ingrid Straub," appears beneath her face.
"How much you want to bet that she's trained her entire life for the princess trials?" says Berta.
I continue watching the screen in silence, too irritated to reply. Ingrid flings the door open, but a girl with ringlets ducks under her arm and reaches the vestibule first. The look on Ingrid's face is murderous, and she rushes inside and shoulders her fellow noble to the ground. As the screen scans Ingrid's body, her face smooths out, and she apologizes to the fallen girl. I roll my eyes at the blatant fakery. Seconds later, the door opens, and Ingrid charges into the Mirage with her arms raised in triumph. Prunella appears back on screen with a wide grin.
"Wasn't that fun?"
"What happens next?" Berta bellows at the screen.
"Where's a cat fight?"
For once, I'm inclined to agree with the larger girl. Prunella announces that Ingrid spent the evening being primped and pampered for her date with Prince Kevon. I relax on the sofa and wait to see where they go. The screen cuts to a multi-tiered chandelier and zooms out to a room with floor-to-ceiling arched windows set within ivory walls. A pianist in an ivory suit plays an ivory piano, and even the waiters wear ivory. All the tables are empty, save one, and the camera zooms in on the couple.
"How did they get reservations for the 2 seasons?"
Berta snorts at the stupidity of her question.
"Of course, the royals get the best of everything."
I bite down on my lip and glance around the Mirage for hidden cameras, wondering if Berta will be whipped again for seditious words. Nothing happens, and I relax and continue watching the screen. Ingrid Straub's blue-black hair is styled into a feathered pixie cut that brings out doe eyes rimmed with dark liner. She has a perfect upturned nose, rounded cheekbones, and full lips that she's painted a natural pink. Her one-shouldered dress skims a slightly muscled figure that still retains feminine curves.
"Wow,"
I say.
Berta waves her hand. "She didn't look that good at breakfast."
I hadn't paid her much attention, except to notice her rivalry with Rafaela von Eyck. The music obscures what she's saying, but she leans across the table, chatting animatedly to Prince Kevon. When the camera cuts to the prince, the digital altering on his face fails to hide his boredom.
Berta barks out a laugh. "He can't stand her."
Oh, dear. I feel bad for the girl, as she's blowing her chance to impress Prince Kevon.
"It goes to show that no matter what the king and queen do, he'll always be loyal to Rafaela."
Berta nods to herself, as though she's just solved the mysteries of the universe. I take a swig of water and watch the highlights of an unromantic dinner date. Over time, Ingrid's smile fades, and she keeps taking sips of a sparkling drink. Prince Kevon's body is rigid. He maintains a conversation, but there is no spark between them. Ingrid slumps back in her seat, and Prince Kevon leans forward, his brows creased with concern. "Ha!" Berta slaps her thigh. "She's gonna drunk cry." The door opens, and a pair of production assistants step inside, holding a bowl containing 3 apples. "Breakfast!" On the journey back, one of the assistants doses Gemini with pills that keep her alert and hand her a cream to soothe her rashes. We arrive in time to join the other girls as they finish breakfast, and the production assistants lead us in single file to an even larger room separated into dozens of cubicles. A shudder runs down my spine as I remember the marquee where medics performed those awful internal exams. "What the hell is this?" Berta mutters from behind. I shake my head, not wanting to speculate in case I'm wrong. She was never shortlisted into the marquee round and snuck her way on stage. Ingrid steps forward, her eyes red-rimmed. "I'm not doing this again. You've already gathered data on our purity and ability to conceive." A pair of camera women stand before her, filming every moment of her protest, while another 4 record our outraged expressions. I'm beginning to resent the lack of privacy. "Calm yourselves, ladies." Prunella Broadleaf makes her grand entrance into the room. "We merely wish to perform beautification procedures. Epilation, exfoliation, and such like." "Exsanguination, more like," mutters Berta. I turn around and meet her pale eyes. "What?" "Never mind." The assistants lead us to the booths, where women in white coats await. Mine is a middle-aged woman with pink hair who holds up a towel to block a camera and tells me to strip. When I'm naked, she covers me with the towel and passes a red light over every limb. By the time she finishes, my skin feels like I've exposed it to the sun all day. She smooths on a white lotion that cools and sets on my skin, and then she rips it off my calf. Pinpricks of burning pain detonate beneath my skin, and a sharp breath hisses through my teeth. I jerk up and stare into the lens of the camera. "Is this your first laser epil, Miss Calico?" asks the camera woman. "What?" She explains the hair removal procedure in excruciating detail, but I'm no longer listening. As if the camera encourages a sadistic streak, the beautician moves to my other side and tears off the solid substance now stuck to my leg hairs. My face contorts with pain, and nausea swirls around in my empty belly. The camera woman records my reaction, and I pray to anyone who will listen that this humiliating footage never reaches Rice. After removing hair from my eyebrows and upper lip, the beautician uses a whirring device to sand down the hard skin on my feet. It has a multitude of attachments, which, she explains to the camera, are for removing dead skin. By now, I'm staring at the ceiling with my teeth clenched, not responding to any of the camera woman's questions or taunts. At the end of the session, the beautician covers me with a robe, and I follow another assistant to a room where Gemini and Berta stand on raised platforms, wearing flesh-colored bands around their bodies. "What took you so long?" says Berta. Now, Miss Ridgeback," says a voice from the door. Prunella Broadleaf strides into the room. She wears a black suit, presumably to contrast with the beautician's white. "You mustn't make fun of your fellow beast. Our technicians worked hard to remove Miss Calico's weathered skin and significant body hair." I shoot her a filthy glare and step on a podium. One of the beauticians steps in front of me and unfastens my robe to slip a large band of latex around my middle. It stretches from beneath my breasts to the top of my pubic bone. Prunella's eyes sparkle with challenge, and she places a hand on her hip. "Miss Calico, we're transforming you from a feral beast into something vaguely resembling a girl. Is ingratitude a common harvester trait?" A surge of fury heats my veins. What have the people at the Oasis ever done for harvesters?
I take a deep breath to unleash a barrage of truths, but triumph flashes across her eyes, and I clamp my mouth shut. She wants me to rant at the camera. My lips tighten, and annoyance fizzles across my skin. Prince Kevon told me I had appeared rebellious during my audition. I won't give this manipulative social climber the chance to get me thrown out of the trials. I'm proud to support the agriculture of Fangloria. If it means my skin isn't perfect, it's a small price to keep everyone fed. I beam at the camera, hoping that the viewers will see Prunella Broadleaf as the villain. Prunella's face morphs into a grimace. She addresses one of the women applying bands over the other girls' bodies. Please make sure to wrap plenty of elastosculp over Miss Calico's significant physical flaws. The beautician applies band after band around my torso, which compress my ribs until the contents of my lungs whoosh out in a noisy breath. What? The elastosculpt pinches my stomach, cinches my waist, and encases my middle in a constrictor grip that squeezes my pounding heart. I inhale, but the breath only reaches the tops of my lungs. Chills spread across my skin. I grab the beautician's arm, trying to tell her to take off that last band. But she steps back and stands next to a gloating Prunella. Sweat dampens my brow, and the tips of my fingers turn numb. I twist from left to right, where Berta and Gemini stare at me with wide eyes. If I don't get these things off, they'll crush my insides. My knees weaken, and I step off the podium before I fall, but someone gives me a hard shove in the back, knocking me face down to the stone floor. Interesting. Prunella rolls me over with the toe of her boot. Is this harvester weakness, or proof that foundlings don't have any place in our society? Even a mannish brute and the daughter of a traitor can tolerate simple underwear. As blackness crawls across the edges of my vision, Prunella tells someone to take me upstairs so I can sleep it off over lunch. Rough hands bundle me onto a stretcher and carry me out of the room. The camera lens fills my vision, and someone fires questions at me that I can't hear through the pounding of my pulse. A groan slips from my lips. How can I advance to the palace round if I'm not conscious enough to amuse the audience? I'm failing my mission, failing Carolina, and failing Rice. Most important of all, I'm failing every harvester and industrial who suffers to provide a life of luxury and comfort to these ungrateful nobles. The camera stays on my face as I'm wheeled into an elevator, which lurches up and turns my stomach. Nausea surges through my gut, and the acidic remains of my half-digested apples spill from the sides of my lips. I turn my head and fade away. By the time I awaken, something warm and fuzzy rubs against the side of my face. It feels like a dream, but a scent of familiar feathers and musk fills my nostrils. I open my eyes and meet Sharkey's unblinking gaze. My head jerks back, and a shocked breath hisses through my teeth. Satisfied, Sharkey ruffles her lime-green feathers and opens her beak. There's something inside her mouth. Chapter 16. I sit up and stare at the object in Sharkey's beak. The bird stretches her wings and takes flight, revealing the gray underside of her wings. She tilts her head, and a flattened walnut shell drops in my lap. "What are you doing here?" I whisper. Of course the bird doesn't answer. What about her chicks? 2 days ago they were barely ready to take flight. I glance around the room for signs of the overgrown baby birds, then shake my head. It's a wonder that Sharkey infiltrated the barracks by herself. She's intelligent, but not a prodigy. I pick up the walnut casing, which cracks under my fingernails like an eggshell. A wafer-thin watch face lies inside, and it's attached to a transparent strap that feels like wisps of corn silk.
As soon as my fingers touch the blank screen, Rice's face appears. My gaze fixes on the dimple on his chin, which I hadn't fully appreciated until now. His lips part. "Zia?" "Rice," I whisper. "What's going on?" His eyes flutter closed. "I was so worried about you in that place. Congratulations on finding a way out." A lump forms in my throat. It looks like Prunella Broadleaf failed to tell the audience at home that we were in a simulation. I want to tell Rice that I'm fine, but the words die on my tongue. The unfairness of the last trial fills me with bitterness, but I must focus on the mission. "Zia." His features turn stern. "We don't have much time." I nod. "You've got to befriend Prince Kevon and have him invite you to the palace. But the public vote only applies to nobles, and they won't want harvesters progressing into the next round." The screen tilts toward his pale eyes. "What should I do?" "Whatever is necessary, soldier." The steel in his voice makes my heart plummet. This is the Rice Wintergreen who leads our Red Runner cell, not the young man who wrapped an arm around my waist and hinted at a possible future together. "Is that understood?" "Yes," I whisper. His face disappears from view, and I stare at the blank screen until Sharky nuzzles my arm with her head. The watch buzzes, and a message scrolls on screen. "You can do it. My love and admiration for you is deeper than the ocean. Speak to you after dark. XXXX." My chest lightens, and I exhale a long breath. Rice was probably pressed for time and needed to be curt, but I still don't know if he's in the Oasis or how he trained Sharky to send messages. I slip off my boot and slide the phone into its inside pocket. That way I'll hear when he calls or messages. The door opens, and a jolt of alarm shoots through my insides. Berta stands in the doorway with a bundle of gray fabric under her arm. Her ash-blonde hair shines with warmer highlights and is cut in several uneven layers and bangs that sweep across her broad forehead. She wears full makeup with gray eyeshadow and pink lipstick, with dark shading on the sides of her nose to make it appear smaller and thinner. The only part about her that hasn't changed is her size and posture. She frowns at Sharky. "What the hell is that bird doing here?" "Get inside," I hiss. Berta steps into the room and closes the door. "Wild birds carry diseases. We need to report it." "She's mine," I whisper. 2 years ago, I found her lying underneath a giant agave plant with her wing broken. She has stayed with me since. Berta folds her arms across her chest. "Don't tell me you nursed that thing to health and tamed it. It's not illegal to have a pet," I snap. Her eyes soften. "There's a calico cat I sometimes feed. Its name is Whiskers." "Oh." I exhale a relieved breath. Maybe she won't report Sharky's presence. "You can't keep that creature here. It's probably still radioactive and will trash our genes while we sleep." She strides across the room and opens a window, letting in warm, grass-scented air. The silk of her gray dress hugs her waist, accentuating her elasto-sculpt figure. My gaze drops to my open gown, and I grimace at the tight bands holding me around my middle. "Throw it out, and I won't order it exterminated," she says. I grind my teeth. "What are you doing up here, anyway?" She throws the fabric onto the foot of the bed. "Put this on. You're wanted for dance and deportment lessons." "Thank you for finding me, Sharky," I whisper. "Let's meet later on the grounds." Sharky stares into my eyes as though looking into my soul. Mom told me once that certain types of birds can form deep bonds with humans. The Red Runners use desert runners to send messages, but maybe Sharky and I have that same deep connection. How else would she know where to find me? I release my friend, and she hops onto the ground and bounds across the room. Berta steps back as though the bird lets out clouds of radioactive dust. In a flurry of wings, Sharky jumps onto the windowsill, turns her head, and with a nod goodbye, launches herself into the sky. "Good riddance." Berta slams the window shut. "Don't ever bring a wild animal here."
Pixel might not care about the long-term effect of contact with those creatures, but I'm not eager to bleed out of every orifice. Every instinct wants me to snap back at her, but I hold my tongue. If there are Red Runner operatives close by, I can't afford to even hint about their presence. She stands at the door and waves her hands in a shooing motion. Go on, then. Get dressed. Did I miss anything? Lunch. She rolls her eyes. And a boring lesson on how to use a knife and fork. Anyone who embarrasses Broadleaf during tonight's fancy dinner gets half rations from now until the ball. Without bothering to explain the dinner, Berta leaves the room. I go through my entire conversation with Rice, and my stomach tightens at the implications of doing whatever is necessary to get into the palace. After washing my face, I slip on the gray dress and gasp as the silk caresses my body. It's smooth and soft and warms against my skin. I've never felt anything so luxurious. Sending a silent word of thanks to the harvesters in Morris for husbanding the silkworms, I head downstairs, where an assistant ushers me into the large room from before. The booths have gone, and all the girls walk in a circle around a stern-faced woman. I turn to the assistant. What's happening? That's Mistress Briella Pavan. She's the foremost dance instructor in Fangloria. She's going to train you on how to move with elegance and poise. We spend the entire day walking around in that circle, performing enough dips and spins and turns to keep me off balance. At one point, she makes us tap the tips of our toes from side to front in a graceful movement that would only kick up dust in Ragosa. Everyone from the industrial and harvester echelons struggles to keep our backs straight, to move in time with the beat, and 100 other faults Mistress Pavan points out over the hours. Even Emera, who is graceful and poised, can't satisfy Mistress Pavan. Eventually, she allows those who have perfected the routine to leave early to get the first pick of the gowns. The Armstradi girls, who mirror the instructor's movements, are the first allowed to leave. Next to perfect the routine is a pink-haired artisan girl who I suspect is a professional dancer. And then Raffaella and the short-haired noble girl, followed by some more artisans. A muscle in my foot cramps from the repetitive movements, and I stop flouncing about to walk it off. You there, she points at me. The foundling. I clench my teeth. What? At least make an effort to participate. She widens her stance, placing her bald hands on her hips. You want to impress Prince Kevan, not incite his pity. I snarl and continue limping around the room. A camera woman keeps at my side, recording every wince, and my hands twitch to slap the annoying device out of her hands. I'm sure a little tantrum will excite the viewing public. Berta gets the brunt of the instructor's sharp tongue. Each time the older woman refers to her as a donkey, an oaf, or a blundering ape, my sympathy for the larger girl grows. Berta's shoulders tighten, but she doesn't snap back at the insults. Not even when the instructor says she's only fit to muck out foundlings. By the time Mistress Pavan dismisses me, Berta, and 2 wheezing industrial girls as lost causes, the sun has already set, and I can't believe what walking around in a circle has done to my body. My throat is dry, my stomach concave, and my head won't stop spinning. Add heat stroke, and this might as well be a day's work in the fields. We file out of the room, but a hand lands on my shoulder. Miss Calico, says Mistress Pavan. A camera woman stands at her side, filming my reaction. Next to me is another of those annoying women who fixes her camera on the dance instructor. I pause and wait for a blistering reprimand for lacking grace or not trying hard enough. Despite your clumsy demeanor, you would have a chance of succeeding in this round if you participate fully in these trials. But I am. Why are you here at all, when you resent the very people giving you a chance to elevate yourself beyond a tomato picker? My brows draw together. There's no point in correcting her that I only weed the tomato fields and haven't yet progressed to picking the fruit. I don't resent anyone. She pulls a remote from the pocket of her skirt and points it at the wall screen.
The music stops, and her hawkish gaze penetrates mine. Then I will give you the benefit of the doubt and believe that your features fall in such an unsightly manner. Indignation burns through my sinuses, making my skin tighten. What on earth is she talking about? No one has ever complained about my face. There it is, she says, her eyes flashing with triumph. You act as though these trials are something you must endure to gain a larger prize. My mouth drops open. Am I really that obvious? Without the music, there is nothing to cushion the weight of her words. And worst of all, Oasis Vision might broadcast this reprimand all over Fangloria. I swallow hard and hope Carolina and Rice can't listen to the device in my boot. They would hate my lack of discretion. At the ball, when Prince Kevon surveys the selection of beauties, who will he be most likely to invite for an evening's promenade? She sweeps her arm in a graceful arc and points a toe on the polished stone floor. The delightful young lady who glows in his presence, or the hunched, scowling creature seething with hatred. The camera woman standing over Mistress Pavon's shoulder steps forward for a close-up of my stricken expression, and I drop my gaze to the floor. What kind of spy shows her true emotions? If I continue like this, I'll be joining Gemini on the execution block. Think about what I have said. Mistress Pavon gives my shoulder a firm squeeze. You have everything necessary to catch the eye of His Highness. Everything except the attitude. Rice said to do what it took to get into the palace. Somehow, I've got to convince the voting public that I'm interesting enough to keep around. I close my eyes, blow out a long breath, and nod. Thank you. The words come from my heart. I needed to hear that. Dismissed, she replies. One of the camera women remains with Mistress Pavon, presumably to interview her on our performance, while the other guides me out of the room and down the stone hallway to a smaller room. Empty garment rails line 3 of the walls, and a row of trunks sit along the 4th. Berta stands on one of the 6 podiums, surrounded by a gaggle of seamstresses, who fit her into a silver gown that exposes long, shapely legs at the front, with a train at the back that sweeps down to her ankles. I don't have time to marvel at her spectacular transformation, or the way they have pinned up her hair with silver combs, because the head seamstress shrieks that she has run out of gowns and can't dress me for the royal dinner. The camera woman filming Berta turns to capture my reaction, and all I can smell is horse manure. I can't believe the seamstresses didn't know there would be 45 girls, and it's far too much of a coincidence that Mistress Pavon kept me behind for a talk that lost me a chance to wear an evening gown. My jaw clenches, and I walk around the room, opening trunk after trunk, only to find them empty. A tight band of trepidation squeezes my chest tighter as I move along the row. The last trunk holds a box of pins, and I'm ready to hurl them into the camera pointed at my face. Even though Mistress Pavon deliberately held me back, she was right about one thing. I need to show Prince Kevon and the voting public that I'm worth progressing to the next round. I stare down at my silk dress and inhale a deep, fortifying breath. A reinforced seam runs along the neckline that's robust enough to pin a few decorative flowers if I can find them. It's plain compared to Berta's gown, but it's far finer than anything I have ever worn. My throat dries and I lick my parched lips. Will it be suitable for dinner with the royal family? After a half-hour jaunt around the garden, I return to the seamstresses with an armful of flowers. They find some mesh fabric and hand-fit a bodice over my gray dress with delicate stitches. When they attach the flowers, it looks like a different dress. The camera woman informs me of the time and we walk to the dining room. I pause at the door and gape. The red carpet wasn't here at breakfast, and neither were red drapes with gold trim on the windows. Behind the head table stand 6 gilded chairs upholstered in red velvet, which match the golden goblets and candlesticks. Instead of pursing my lips with disapproval at the opulent waist, I part my lips and let my face go slack. The camera woman fires a bunch of questions at me, and I say something about the scene looking like a fairy tale. Around the dining room are tables of 12 instead of tables of 6. All are full of girls, except for the one Berta and Gemini share. There's a spare seat between them, which I guess is for me. Next to Gemini sit 6 of the Armstradi girls, and on Berta's side sits Ingrid Straub and Raffaella von Eyck. The actress wears a sheer plum gown with a deep V neckline that shows off her creamy skin. The garment is encrusted with black jewels, making my flowers look paltry. Her hair is swept to the side, and the barest of makeup enhances her features. While Raffaella looks like a natural beauty, the others appear overdone. Prince Kevon has excellent taste. The seat next to Raffaella is empty, and I pity the girl who sits next to the actress. She looks more stunning than even the Armstradi, who the seamstresses have clothed in simple gowns that don't quite match their colorings. I take my seat, and Berta leans into my side. "Why the hell are you wearing a bouquet? You stink." I shift uncomfortably in my seat. "Weren't you there when they ran out of gowns?" Snorting, she leans back. "You're a wimp." "What?" "There was an entire rail of dresses when I first arrived, and they wheeled them into another room after finding one that kind of fitted me. If you had thrown a tantrum like a good Bronco, those old ladies would have dressed you properly." The Armstradi girls lean forward and watch my reaction. Of course they would. Berta, Gemini, and I are the Armstradi equivalent of clowns. My cheeks heat, and I roll the velvet edging of the tablecloth between my fingertips. I don't need to look up to find that cameras are recording our conversation. "How was I supposed to know they lied about not having gowns?" I mutter. "Ladies!" Prunella Broadleaf's voice rings out from the head table. She wears a strapless electric blue dress with 2 peacock feathers sticking out of its cleavage. The ends of her black hair are blue, as is her lipstick. "Please rise for our honored guests." Once everyone has stood, the back door opens. Lady Cersei walks in first, wearing a short black dress and flat shoes, with a long black frock coat. It's something she can shrug off in an instant, and probably conceals all her guns. She steps aside to allow Queen Damascena to enter with the Armstrad ambassador. The queen wears a silk gown in warm beige, with gold velvet swirls that shimmer in the light of the chandeliers. Tendrils of blonde hair fall from her updo to frame around a diamond-encrusted golden tiara that matches the shape of the crown in the Fangloria emblem with a matching necklace and drop earrings. Even with platforms on his leather boots, the ambassador stands a head smaller than the queen, but he puffs out his chest and walks alongside the taller woman. Princess Briar walks in next with Montana, who both wear black. Then Garrett enters next with Prince Kevon, and all the girls sigh. I plaster on a smile, but on the inside, my eyes are rolling like melons down a steep hill. The prince is handsome compared to the ambassador, but thousands of harvester men are well built with sun-darkened skin. Some of them even have black hair. The queen and ambassador take the middle seats, with Lady Cersei and Montana on the queen's side, and Princess Briar next to the ambassador. "Good evening, ladies," says Montana from one end of the head table. "King Arias sends his apologies for not being with us. He is investigating the disturbance across the mountains with the Royal Navy." My brows rise. I always thought the royals just ruled from the oasis. There's a free seat next to the princess, and Prunella steps forward to take it, but Garrett appears from the other side and sits next to his cousin. The vindictive part of me cheers at her failed attempt at social climbing. I lean forward, waiting to see what she will do next. "May I take this seat?" says a deep voice that catches my attention. Prince Kevon's hands rest on the empty seat between Raffaella von Eyck and a red-haired Armstradi girl with cute freckles. "I've been keeping it warm for you," says Raffaella. Up at the head table, Queen Damascena and Lady Cersei share similar scowls.
I wonder if Prince Kevon was supposed to sit next to his sister.
Your Highness, says the Armstradi girl sitting next to him. It is an honor to meet you.
She introduces herself as Saber, and then tells him the names of each of the other 6 from her nation. As the second Armstradi girl makes a long introduction, people wearing tailored burgundy vests with matching bow ties serve bowls of dark broth with caramelized onions and melted cheese. The scent of warm beef fills my nostrils and makes my stomach rumble, but nobody eats. Ingrid Straub hardens her eyes. Her lips twitch as though she wants to bring up her disastrous date from the night before, or tell the Armstradi girls to stop hogging the prince's attention. She casts nervous glances at the camera pointed at her face, and I wish we had gotten a chance to see how things ended with her and Prince Kevon. Even though my stomach feels as though it's digesting itself, I smile politely at the camera aimed at me. When the last Armstradi girl finishes talking, Prince Kevon inclines his head. Thank you for the charming introductions. Raffaella grins. You know the rest of us from watching the audition, so why don't we eat? She winks at me from across the table. I'm sure some of us are eager to start on that French onion soup. Prince Kevon and Raffaella share a fond glance and chuckle, but still don't eat. You certainly know the prince, along with many of your other co-stars, says Ingrid. Last week, there were pictures of you getting close to Blake Langdon, Cliff Hansen, and Grant Leonard. Raffaella's smile falters. You know better than to believe the gossip rags, Ingrid. Berta snorts a laugh, but I'm too hungry to care about the storm brewing at the dinner table. Everyone around us in the room is eating. The clink of silverware rings through my ears, and the scent of cooked meat taunts my nostrils. Saliva fills my mouth, but I can't yet fill my belly. Prince Kevon says something in Raffaella's defense, but the words glide over my consciousness the way water rolls on dry and tightly packed earth. Before I can help myself, the words tumble from my lips. The cooks have prepared such a lovely meal. Why don't we enjoy it while it's still hot? The prince's eyes soften, and he looks at me like I'm a starved puppy. Of course. He picks up his soup spoon. We thank Gaia for the wonderful food, but also remember the talented artisans who prepared it. With the first spoonful, a riot of flavors explodes in my mouth. It's sweet and rich and meaty with a hint of alcohol. The onions are so soft that they disintegrate on my tongue, and the cheese is better than anything made from goat's milk. Sublime is too weak a word to describe the soup, and a pang of regret strikes my heart. I wish Mom, Dad, the twins, and Rice were here to enjoy such a sumptuous treat. Just as I place the second spoonful in my mouth, Saber says, "We should also thank the wonderful harvester folk for growing these ingredients, yes?" Prince Kevon pauses, and his cheeks darken. Of course. Every echelon contributes to Fangloria's prosperity. I glance down into my soup, wondering why it took an Armstradi and not me to point out Prince Kevon's oversight. Was one taste of luxury enough to make me forget our struggles? Saber turns to me with a sharp smile. You are the harvester who ranted about the echelon system, yes? Everybody turns to look at me. I want to hiss like an angry cat at the girl for bringing up my embarrassing performance in the audition, to tell her that I had been drugged. But she's probably baiting me to lash out like a bucking bronco. When I don't respond, she says, "How does it feel to know that the food you grew is unappreciated?" A bout of irritation sizzles across my skin. That's an interesting comment, I say. What makes you say that? Her grin widens, and the other Armstradi girls to her left smirk. Wasn't it a subject you brought up during your audition? When someone threw a tomato at me, I said. Food isn't a weapon. Ladies, let's not talk politics at the dinner table, says Prince Kevon. I'll get enough of that with my father's daily briefings with the Prime Minister. The Noble and Armstradi girls chuckle, but Berta, Gemini, and I remain silent. Rafaela changes the subject to an upcoming festival, while Ingrid butts in with interruptions. The Noble girls exchange hateful stares and continue to compete for his attention. If I had joined the princess trials for a chance with the prince, I would be annoyed with Ingrid and Rafaela. Gemini, Saber gathers some broth on her soup spoon. How do you feel about being paraded in front of the entire nation as a scapegoat? She looks more like a sacrificial lamb to me, mutters a mahogany-skinned girl on Saber's left. I slip my hand under the table and wrap it around the smaller girl's clenched fist. It's my silent encouragement not to give these other girls the satisfaction of crumbling. Saber shoots me a pointed look. I think a person should be executed for their own crimes, not the crimes of others. What do you think? I don't believe in executions at all. The words slip out before I can stop them. The Armstradi girls try to drag me into a discussion of Fangloria's death penalty policies, but I deflect their attempts to place words of sedition in my mouth. Berta mutters a few words in my defense, but the girls ignore her. Maybe that's how everyone is supposed to treat the underdog. Maybe riling up the Bronco is a common game tactic, but they won't stop coming at me with loaded questions. On the other side of the table, Prince Kevon is trying to stop Ingrid and Rafaela from coming to blows. Fangloria is a wonderful country, I snap. But you don't agree with the way it's run, says Saber. The foundling echelon, for example. They're not technically echelons, I say. Prince Kevon breaks away from the bickering nobles and addresses Saber. If you have any ideas for improving Fangloria, I would love to hear them. She points at me. I thought Zia May's popcorn was a foundling. I'm a harvester. I ignore the stupid taunt about my name. Ladies. Prince Kevon folds his napkin and places it on the bowl. I will not tolerate this petty bickering. If you cannot comport yourselves with dignity and grace, I will have you removed from the trials. My lips tighten, and I turn to Saber, whose freckles now stand out against her paling face. Zia, says the prince, in your rehearsal, you mentioned that your mother spent her childhood in the Barrens. Would you care to discuss the matter with me over a walk? Chapter 17. The girls around the table fall silent as Prince Kevon pulls back his chair and stands. Saber casts a worried look at the head table, where the Armstrad ambassador tilts his head toward the Queen but fixes his gaze on us. A moment later, the entire dining room falls silent. A sea of faces, from the other contestants, the staff, and the camera women, turn in our direction. I'm certain that our bickering will feature heavily in tonight and tomorrow's televised highlights of the princess trials. As Prince Kevon walks toward me around the table, Lady Cersei and Garrett rise from their seats, looking like they want to intervene. Prince Kevon holds out a hand. Stay. Enjoy your meal. I'm not going far. He offers me his hand. Walk with me. Excitement skitters up my spine. Prunella warned us that the first trial was our last opportunity until the palace round to see Prince Kevon alone, yet he chose me for an impromptu one-to-one. With Lady Cersei and Queen Damascena busy entertaining the ambassador, I might just get a chance to visit the palace. Rice's words rattle through my skull, and my cheeks heat. How on earth is a girl who has never so much as kissed a boy supposed to coax a prince into an invitation to his home? Inhaling a deep breath, I force down my blush. The Red Runners taught us basic combat, not advanced seduction. My hand slips into his, and I let him guide me up from my seat. The action feels like something from another world, where the girls who guards use and discard like trash are considered ladies worthy of deference by princes. We walk through the dining room with every head turning in our direction. No chatter or click of spoons or china muffles our footsteps, and my heart clatters faster than an escaping lizard. One of the servers in burgundy vests opens the door with a deep bow, and we step out into the hallway. "I'm sorry about those ladies," he says. My head tilts to the side. "You didn't encourage them. It's my fault they turned so aggressive. If I had—" The door opens behind us and Garrett steps out, followed by 2 camera women. "Do you want me to come with you?" Prince Kevon shakes his head. "Keep Briar company." Garrett pauses, as though wanting to argue. I glance at the camera women, who stand at a respectful distance, filming Garrett from the back. He shakes off whatever he was about to say and opens the dining room door again. "Enjoy the fresh air." He steps back into the room, but the women don't follow. Prince Kevon huffs out a breath. "I will return Miss Calico before the end of the evening. For now, I wish to spend some time alone." They step inside the dining room without a word, and a layer of tension melts from my shoulders. It's stupid that I'm more worried about what thousands of people I've never met think of me, when the prince at my side might have the power to order my execution. Now that we're alone, I slide my hand away from his, making him frown. After Rice's message of love, the last thing I want is to encourage any kind of physical affection. Prince Kevon nods, and we walk down the hallway to a set of doors. "Pharrell says you wanted to see the botanical gardens." I bite down on the inside of my cheek. Was the prince asking questions about me, or did my friend volunteer that information? "Where is she today?" "Garrett's sister is taking her to the ice rink." At my blank look, he explains that it's a winter biosphere set within the botanical gardens. "The domes are open. Would you like to see them?" My mind races for ways to ask him to take me to the palace, but my empty stomach takes control. "Only if there's something to eat." I'm kicking myself as Prince Kevon grins and leads me down a stairwell to another underground space with a mass of vehicles. He stops at a sleek silver car on a charging pad with a flat roof of solar panels that stretch down to its hood. It looks like something out of an old documentary, but far more streamlined. Prince Kevon opens the passenger door, releasing a blast of cold, polish-scented air. I slide inside to find that its interior consists of enough leather to provide protective footwear for every family on my street. I have to hold back a gasp at the waist. He gets into the driver's side and places his fingertips on a screen in the steering wheel that scans his prints. The car makes a low hum and welcomes him by name. I shake my head. Technology like this is beyond the imagination of any harvester. "Montana never shows us cars like this," I say. "It's hardly an appropriate subject for the government channel," he replies with a smile. I can't comment, because Carolina's voice keeps screaming at me to ask Prince Kevon to see the palace, and a shudder runs through my insides. What if he misinterprets my request and takes me to his bedroom? Nausea wriggles down my throat as realization hits that this might be what Rice suggested. "When will I get to see the palace?" I blurt. "I think Prunella has one more trial planned before the ball." He turns to me with a dazzling smile. "Would you like a tour?" "Yes." There's always a floor show of professional dancers at the ball, performing a rendition of an ancient routine. That might be our best opportunity to sneak out. My lips part to let out a shocked breath. I want to go to the palace now, not later. But how can I say that without sounding forward? Prince Kevon turns to the dashboard, and the tension in my shoulders and gut dissolves with relief. I don't need to visit the palace tonight. The car drives itself and takes us out of the building, down a tree-lined street through the city, and onto a familiar-looking highway. As we descend down and around a hill, a view of glowing, interconnected domes appears through the windscreen. From a distance, I can tell that they consist of patterns of 5 hexagonal frames set around a pentagon. It's even more magical in the dark than during the day, as the structures form a circle around the entire oasis. "Can anyone in Fangloria visit the domes?" I ask. He gives me a kind smile. If you want to invite your family, I can arrange a permit. That had been a stupid question. We're not even allowed out of the Harvester region without the relevant permission. Harvesters and industrials make up 75% of Fangloria, and the nobles only account for 1%. After spending time in the oasis, I understand that sharing with us will dilute their wealth. Even though the word sticks in my throat, I manage to say, "Thanks." I stare out into the lamp-lit highway toward the botanical gardens. Prince Kevon explains that each cluster of domes contains plants and environmental controls that mimic the climates that used to exist on Earth before nuclear weapons set off a chain of natural disasters that destroyed our planet. My breaths turn shallow, and I have to contain the excitement that thrums through my insides. This is like the time when I was so engrossed in the French onion soup that I hadn't noticed Prince Kevon not expressing his appreciation for the harvesters who grew the ingredients. I turn away from the arresting sight and stare at his profile. "Did you get a chance to investigate my supervisor's wrongful arrest?" "It's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about," he replies. I long to know which other subjects he wants to raise, but ask, "What did you find out?" "Someone reported your former supervisor for the production and dissemination of persimmon-based alcohol. He would have gotten arrested regardless of whether that guard got stung." A shocked breath huffs out of my lungs. That makes no sense. Krim wouldn't. I looked into the file and found images taken of a still he kept in his basement. Mr. Krim knew the penalty, yet he decided to take the risk. I dip my head and frown. Alcohol is good enough when Montana sends out crates of vodka to the town that produces the highest output. When harvesters try to make something similar for themselves, they disappear. Up close, the botanical gardens are even more majestic. When I saw their exterior days ago, I had been tired, hungry, and unable to pay it the attention it deserved. Now I'm alert and can't stop thinking about what I will find inside. He parks the car outside a much smaller dome, walks around and opens the door, letting in the heat. My favorite set of domes are the tropical biosphere. Garrett and I have a treehouse hidden on one of the higher levels. Would you like to visit it? Sure. He helps me out of the car and stands at the smaller dome, where a panel scans his entire palm. The smaller dome is about as tall as a 3-story building, but I have to tilt my head up and lean back to take in the scale of the larger dome. How tall are the botanical gardens? I ask. 220 feet, although we're rebuilding a section of domes to accommodate our giant redwoods. One of the hexagonal panels swings open, and Prince Kevon ushers me into an indoor facility with rows and rows of little plants growing in pots, each supplied with similar drip irrigation used for the tomatoes in Ragosa. We walk down a path and approach a tall arch that leads to the next dome, and the air becomes warmer and more humid. It's just like the public bathhouse showers. I fan myself, but the effort does nothing to stop tiny beads of sweat from forming on my brow. Do rainforests really feel like this? According to research, there should be more heat and rain, but our scientists have created a suitable growing climate for the tropical plants that also keeps the visitors comfortable. We step through the arch, and everything hits me at once. The scent of overripe fruit, the roar of running water, and the wet heat. The dome's hexagonal structures provide enough illumination to differentiate the rainforest's varying shades of green. I turn in a circle, taking in the lush canopy of assorted trees with vines hanging down from their branches, ferns as tall as 7 feet, and huge banana plants with long clusters of fruit. It's so wild. I mean to say beautiful, but that's the word that comes out. Even though man has created this environment, there are no straight lines or geometric shapes, just abundant, wonderful chaos. I shouldn't be so awed, considering the ordeal I suffered the day before in another artificial environment
but I can't help it. This rainforest looks like something created by Gaia herself. The architects of this place tried to mimic what they found in books and media about Earth's rainforests. Prince Kevon takes my hand and guides me through the thick growth of leafy plants. My feet sink into the ground, more moist and spongy than the tomato beds, and joy bursts through my heart. The only thing stopping this moment from being perfect is that I'm not with Rice. Which echelons built this place? I ask. He turns around and smiles. These biodomes were built in a different time. What? Did you know that Fangloria originally started as a commune of like-minded individuals 17 years before the first bomb fell? They teach us in history class, I reply. According to the legend, Gaia directed her prophet, Gabriel Fawn, to gather followers and build a self-sustainable commune outside what used to be Athens, Tennessee. They called themselves the Fawn family and campaigned against nuclear bombs. When war broke out, they created an underground nuclear bunker with decades of supplies. As the bombs landed in all the major cities, the family survived years of nuclear winter under the direction of their leader. Prince Kevon nods. When the Fawns emerged from their bunker, they lived in biodomes like this, except that most of them grew food and looked much like the Harvester region. We walk alongside a huge pond with round lily pads the size of wagon wheels, and toward a cascade of water that falls from what appears to be a hill. The rainforest biome doesn't just contain plants. It's a living, three-dimensional atmosphere. Prince Kevon takes me up the hill and across a hanging bridge of rope and planks. There's a perfect view of the lily pond and at least 100-foot drop. The structure sways underfoot, and it's hard to concentrate as he explains how the family built the first few domes by themselves. Now I understand why so many domes exist in Fangloria. It was the structures that kept the founders alive during the first few decades after the nuclear disasters. Eventually, we reach firm ground and stop at a thick baobab tree whose trunk has been carved into a circular staircase. When we reach its apex, there's a wooden hut hidden within its leafy branches. Prince Kevon places his hand on a panel on the door and it clicks open. Light streams out from a wall of windows with cushioned ledges and illuminates a table with domed plates and a bottle in a bucket of ice. Prince Kevon explains that he ordered our dinner in the car via Netface, but the scent of roasted meat hits my nostrils and my stomach grumbles. As we eat the most sumptuous steaks and watercress sandwiches, I ask, were the first domes as large as this one? He shakes his head and finishes his mouthful. About 30 feet high and 80 feet wide. The Fawns extended the domes until they formed a circle of structures around a water source. A jolt of adrenaline shoots through my heart. There's water close to this part of the oasis? Something flashes across his face so quickly that I almost miss it, but the expression reminds me of times when someone has blurted something they shouldn't have mentioned. I lean forward, eager for his answer, but Prince Kevon smooths out his features. We pipe it from the Smoky Mountains. His answer sounds too practiced to be anything but a lie. There's no point in pressing for more while he's guarded about having blurted sensitive information about a hidden source of water. Water rationing is how they control harvesters, and he's hardly going to elaborate. But now might be the time to ask about something else. Is there anything you can do to help Krim? You realize that the evidence against him is irrefutable? Prince Kevon takes my hand. Even if he didn't operate the distillery, the equipment and vats of alcohol we found in his home are enough to warrant severe punishment. Why is it all right for harvesters to receive alcohol from the oasis when we can't make it ourselves? I ask. He launches into an explanation about food safety, and I shake my head. The laws against alcohol production are about only one thing: control.
It's the same with the water. If we had an additional supply other than rainwater, we wouldn't be so dependent on the nobles, and wouldn't have to work so hard for them to stay alive. Zia. The pad of his thumb glides over my knuckles. Princes don't have the power to pardon. Even if I did, I would reserve that for deserving cases, like Gemini Pixel. My eyes narrow. You said before that she should have reported her father. What's made you change your mind? I looked into her file and read the particulars. The prince sips from his glass of flavored water. Leonidas Pixel made the wrong choice in a difficult dilemma. The punishment for that should never be death. Every muscle in my body tenses, and heat flushes through my veins. A prickling sensation spreads across my skin, and now this treehouse isn't so charming. Its walls inch closer with each passing second that I'm in the company of this selfish, sheltered prince, and I need fresh air. That's all? My voice quakes. He made the wrong choice? What do you mean? You're just going to sigh about Gemini's execution and say you disagree? His brows draw together, and he stares at me as though I've just asked him to fish for salmon in the Detroit Depression. Prince Kevon's confusion only inflames my fury. You're the Prince of Fangloria, the heir to the throne, I say between clenched teeth. Can't you speak to your parents on their behalf? It's complicated. How? I snap. My heart pumps at double speed, and my blood sizzles. A little voice in the back of my head warns me to watch myself. I wouldn't speak so harshly to a border guard, and shouldn't use that tone against a prince. But I'm past the point of caution, because his attitude confirms everything I've learned in the Red Runners about the higher echelons. Fangloria is a delicate ecosystem of humans, plants, and animals set within wild and dangerous surroundings, he says. My knee bounces up and down, my hands clench into fists, and I wait for him to get to the point. He leans forward and tries to make eye contact, but I snatch my gaze away. The survivors permitted into Fangloria agreed to follow our rules, he says. Rules to ensure the long-term prosperity of all. The words die in my throat. I rise and turn toward the door. Will ranting at Prince Kevon fix anything? You can always speak freely with me, Zia. I can't see how these rules benefit anyone but those who set them. A moment later, he's behind me and places a hand on my shoulder, as though that might convey some kind of truth in his words. History tells us that each time we've relaxed the rules, it has backfired to the detriment of Fangloria. My throat thickens, and my eyes sting. I don't know Gemini or her father, but his refusal to even consider helping them hurts. How does killing Gemini solve anything? It's cruel, but no one is exempt from our laws, not even those essential to the running of our country. He walks around me so we're standing face to face and wraps his arm around my shoulders. I'm sorry. When Dad hugs me, it's like a soothing blanket that takes away all hurt, and his warm, earthy scent takes me back to being cradled in his strong arms. I'm sure it will feel even better when Rice pulls me into a loving embrace. Right now, my skin is already irritated, and the oppressive humidity weighs on every nerve. Prince Kevon feels like the restraints on a whipping post, and his scent is unlike that of any harvester. It's a mix of blossoms and musk and warm spice, scents that don't belong together in nature, but somehow fit. It's powerful, mysterious, beguiling, and I have to escape. Don't. I pull out of his embrace. A crease forms in his brow. Zia. Jerking my head away, I long to spit the foul taste in the back of my throat.
I don't know why he thinks we have a connection. Apart from a few civil conversations and whatever is going on between Pharrell and Garrett, we're on opposite sides of an unspoken war. I'd like to return to the barracks, please. My gaze fixes on the wooden floor. Right now, I can't bear to look at the young man who represents everything I despise about Fangloria. Prince Kevon doesn't reply. The longer he remains silent, the more I wonder what he thinks of my hostility toward him. I joined a pageant to become his wife, yet I've rejected his every attempt at affection. I raise my gaze to meet his intense, dark stare. Very well, he says. Let's go. As we drive back in silence, a boulder of dread rolls through my insides. Tomorrow morning, Prunella Broadleaf will call me in front of the cameras to explain to the nation that Prince Kevon deemed me an unsuitable candidate for the princess trials. Even worse, Rice will know that I disregarded his orders and let my feelings stand in the way of the revolution. I glance in the wing mirror at the botanical gardens. It will be the last time I see that magnificent structure at night. They'll probably show highlights of my most humiliating moments. A bitter grimace stretches my lips. Prunella might even get the Armstradi girls to pelt me with tomatoes on my way back to Ragosa. Carolina's ring buzzes on my finger. Excellent dinner. Flirt and go to palace. My throat convulses, as though trying to swallow away my failure. She's probably just seen snippets of tonight's dinner party. Prince Kevon turns his head toward me a fraction, and his lips part. My heart flips. Without meaning to, my arms flinch to protect my front. It's the position I adopted each time I suffered a public whipping. Instead of driving into the building, he stops at its side. Perhaps I'm not the great leader you envisaged, he says. He's right, but I don't know if there's anything I can say to salvage the mission. Something heavy and white drops on the bumper with a bang that lurches the car forward. Cold panic explodes through my veins, a scream tears from my lips, and I clap my hands over my mouth. In the blink of an eye, it rolls off with a thud. The door flies open, and Prince Kevon jumps out of the car. I fumble with the latch, with sweaty, trembling fingers, but eventually prise it open. My pulse booms in my ears, and I walk around to the front of the car on legs that won't stop trembling. That had been a girl. But who? No, Prince Kevon rasps. The headlights illuminate a figure wearing a white nightgown. She lies on her side, with her dark hair splayed out on the ground. Who is that? I whisper. He stares up at me, his dark eyes stricken with grief. It's Rafaela. Chapter 18. I drop to my knees in front of the prone body and place both hands on the warm ground. The car's headlights shine in my eyes, and I have to squint to focus on Rafaela's face. She stares straight ahead, and blood streams from her nose and parted lips. We don't have buildings or even trees as high as the Royal Navy barracks in Ragosa, but even I know that she couldn't survive such a fall. Rafaela's eyes open and close. The movement is slow, but it proves my assumption wrong. My head snaps up. Call for help. She's alive. It's already on the way. Prince Kevon kneels at my side, staring at the girl's long and twisted limbs. How could you possibly know that? I ask. Her health monitor. Nodding, I remember what Gemini said about the footage her father gave to the Queen. Still crouched, I glance up at the 7-story building for clues. There are no open windows, and I can't tell how Rafaela managed to fall from a height. I'm not sure what time it is, but most of the lights are off. My gaze darts to the roof, where a figure stares out of the window. We're too far down to identify the person, and he or she disappears out of sight. I turn back to the injured girl, who blinks again. Rafaela. I reach out to touch her hand, but her arm lies at an unnatural angle, and the bone in her forearm is bent. Any touch might worsen her injuries. "Someone's coming to help. Can you hang on until then?" When she blinks in response, it's the first balm of hope to calm my frazzled nerves. In Ragosa, falling from the tallest tree means death, broken limbs, and permanent confinement to a bed. Even if a healer managed to relocate the joints and set the bones, that person would suffer a lifetime of disability and pain. I lie on my side, with my head on the ground, babbling nonsense at the girl. Prince Kevon should be doing this, but he's gone rigid. I'm sure Rafaela doesn't even remember me from tonight's dinner and isn't interested in anything I'm saying, but I can't stop. If I stop, and she fades away, it will be my fault. "How far is the hospital?" I say in a louder voice. "What?" Prince Kevon whispers. "Hold on," I say to Rafaela. "I'm going to check on the help." She blinks again, and I push myself off the ground to kneel. When my hair falls on my face, it's wet with Rafaela's blood. "The hospital," I say in a voice loud and sharp enough to cut through his trance. "How far?" Prince Kevon's brows draw together, as though he's lost all sense of geography. A pang of sympathy strikes my heart. I know that helpless feeling when the mind goes blank, the body stiffens, and terror seizes the ability to act. A quick shake of my head pushes away memories of Mr. Wintergreen, and I draw in a shuddering breath. "Is the Royal Hospital near the palace?" His Adam's apple bobs up and down. "Yes." "Garrett's guest house is behind the palace gardens. That means the Royal Hospital is nearby." "That's right," he whispers. Gemini's explanation about the Armstrad health monitor rushes to the forefront of my mind. If Rafaela got hurt somewhere up in the building before falling, the monitor would send an alert with her location. "Yes." "Then why is there no sign of an ambulance? It should be here by now." He glances from side to side. "You're right." "Can you call the Royal Hospital with your net face?" He nods. "Get inside the car then." With a jolt, he scrambles to his feet and rushes to the driver's side. I lower myself back to the ground. Rafaela's eyes are closed. "Hey," I use the same sharp tone. "Don't fall asleep." She doesn't respond. My throat thickens, and pressure builds up in my lungs as my breaths become shallow. How old is this girl? 18? 19? She's far too young to die. "Rafaela!" My voice shakes. "Rafaela, wake up!" Her eyes open, and the biggest sigh of relief surges from my lungs. Even though she's probably been there 100 times with Prince Kevon, I tell her about the botanical gardens and ask her to hang on for a moment longer for the ambulance. I tell her about the ice rink I never got to visit, and I tell her about the pool I saw the day before. Sirens sound in the distance, their blare increasing in sound with every passing second. A door opens, and footsteps hurry toward us. "Who is that?" says a female voice. I turn to find Prunella Broadleaf standing over us. She's flanked by 2 women holding their cameras. One of them scrambles down to her knees, presumably to get a close-up of Rafaela. "Are you twisted?" I slap the camera out of her hand, and it lands with a crack on the ground. "You should be helping, not getting footage for your stupid show." Prunella drops to her knees. "What happened?" "I don't know." My voice breaks, and I stare down at Rafaela's blinking eyes. An even brighter light fills the driveway, and a dark van stops behind the solar car. Its back door slides open, and a tall medic in a hooded white suit rushes out. Behind him, another medic pulls a stretcher. I swallow hard. Although we watched old footage of ambulances in the Ragosa Dome, this is the first time I've seen an ambulance crew in real life. Everyone moves back to give the medics space. Another rushes out of the van, pulls Prince Kevon to one side, and presses a scanner over the cuff on his ear. My gaze switches to Rafaela, whose ear is unadorned. They erect a screen around the girl, and the camera women turn to me. Prunella stands at my side,
I'm here with Zia Mays Calico at the scene of what is suspected to be a horrific tragedy. Miss Calico, can you explain in your own words what happened to Rafaela von Eyck? My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. A man approaches from behind and wraps his hand around my arm. It's one of the medics, holding a scanner to my wrist cuff. There's blood on the side of your face, miss. I frown at his words, and my fingers fly up to my wet cheek. It's not mine. Come with me. I want to tell him that I'm fine and don't need any medical treatment, but one glance at the cameras makes me hold my tongue. With a sharp nod, I follow the medic around the ambulance, away from those irritating women. Harsh lights illuminate the back of the ambulance. Prince Kevon sits at the far end, on a bed fixed to the right of its interior. On the left, there's a unit containing a work table, overhead cupboards, and a range of screens displaying numbers and charts. The medic escorting me says to wait, and his colleagues push Rafaela's stretcher up a ramp. She's cocooned in a reflective material, but one hand pokes out. When her stretcher is locked in position, Prince Kevon leans forward and stares into her slack face. Rafaela's fingers twitch. I squeeze my eyes shut and exhale a long breath. That has to be a good sign, right? We're ready to go. The medic guides me up a set of steps. The next time I look at Rafaela, her hand twitches toward him, and Prince Kevon intertwines their fingers. I tear my gaze away from their private moment and lower myself into a seat closest to the doors. The medic offers me a pill for the shock, but I shake my head. He holds a small bottle of water under my nose instead. After assuring me that it contains no mind-altering additives, I take a sip. The drive to the Royal Hospital is short, and I barely feel the vehicle rush through the oasis streets. When it stops, the back doors fly open, and the medics rush her through an indoor space where a team of people in white bodysuits stands in the doorway. I wrap my arms around my middle, hoping they can help Rafaela. Maybe the footage in her Armstrong monitor contains an explanation of how she fell. Prince Kevon hurries after the medics. Whatever they gave him before I arrived seems to have worked. All traces of shock have gone, and he's firing commands at them to provide Rafaela priority treatment. As soon as I stand, my head spins. All sensation has left my legs, and they won't move. Dipping my head, I gulp mouthfuls of air and brace myself against the ambulance's wall, wishing I had taken up the offer of a sedative. Somebody screams. It's Rafaela. White bolts of electricity spark from her ear cuff and spread across her reflective covering like sheet lightning. The people holding onto the stretcher jolt backwards. "Raf!" Prince Kevon screams. I clap a hand over my mouth and gasp. Electricity engulfs Rafaela's body and extends beyond the stretcher in the form of sparks that explode in all directions. The scent of burned flesh fills the air. Prince Kevon orders the medics to help her, to turn off the machines strapped to her body, but no one can get close. Moments later, it stops. The hand poking out of the reflective blanket stops moving. I grasp the handrail and force my legs to move. As I reach the bottom of the steps, a tall medic with dark features holds a scanner to Rafaela's ear. He peers into its screen and says, "Time of death, 11:17. My heart plummets, and a pained cry leaves my lips. Prince Kevon rushes forward. "You can bring her back." The medic holding the scanner steps in his path. "Your Highness, we can't let you near the patient until we ascertain the cause of death." My mouth falls open with a huff of disbelief. Isn't it obvious? Someone threw her off the building. When that didn't kill Rafaela, they made her Armstrong monitor malfunction to finish the job. Prince Kevon shoves the medic aside, but two more rush from behind and hold him back. He struggles in their grip. "Why aren't you taking her to the operating theater, injecting her with nanobots, restarting her heart?" These are all excellent questions, even if I don't know what most of them mean. A pair of men wearing yellow overalls rush through the doors.
One of them attaches a black, shiny fabric to the bottom of her stretcher and pulls it over her body. I blink, over and over, not quite understanding what's happening, until the man in yellow turns around and reveals the hazard symbols on the back of his suit. He's a toxic disposal guardian. An explosion of panic lurches me forward. "Where are you taking her?" I rush across the bay toward Rafaela's stretcher, past the medics restraining Prince Kevon, and reach the man in yellow. He's about to pull the black fabric over Rafaela's head. "Stop!" I pull on his arm. He can't throw her away like radioactive waste. He turns. There's a screen in the opening of his hood that obscures his features, but he meets my eyes with a confused glare. I'm about to repeat myself when a needle pierces my jugular and everything goes black. I awake on a bed even softer than the one in the Royal Navy barracks. My limbs feel heavy and, at the same time, insubstantial, as though my skin melts into the mattress. Daylight shines through my eyes, and I frown. My eyelids feel like someone has glued them together, but I force them open. A massive panel of bluish light stings my retinas, and I groan. "Zia?" Prince Kevon's face fills my vision. "They injected you with a powerful sedative. I'm glad it's worn off." A wave of drowsiness washes over my senses and threatens to pull me under. I scrunch my face and moan, "I'm not sure about that." The last few moments from before I lost consciousness rush back, and pain lances through my heart. "Rafaela?" He disappears from view. Death by a lethal electrical current to the heart. I twist around. The room around us consists of featureless white walls whose shiny surface reflects the light. Along one side of the space is a wash station set into a wall. Sliding doors of semi-transparent glass reveal a small shower room where my dress hangs on a wall peg. Prince Kevon sits in an armchair beside my bed, still wearing yesterday's clothes. His olive features are drawn and his eyes are bloodshot. This is just like the day Dad brought me over to Carolina's house to explain what happened to Mr. Wintergreen. The only difference is that Prince Kevon is older than Rice was, and he's trying to hide his grief. A deep ache forms in my heart. He had to watch the girl he loved suffer 2 horrific fates, and nobody was there to comfort him. I pull myself out of bed. A white gown, similar to the one Rafaela wore, falls down to my knees. He glances up. "What are you?" "I'm so sorry." Wrapping my arms around his broad shoulders, I pour all the comfort I couldn't give Rice into Prince Kevon. He wraps his arms around my middle and pulls me down onto his lap. Alarm blips through my insides, but he only buries his head in my neck, seeming to inhale my scent. "Thank you," he murmurs. I shift a little, but his arms clamp around my waist. "What for?" "You were there for Rafaela when I was too shocked to respond. I'll never forget the love and kindness you shared in her last moments." My throat tightens, and my body goes slack. All thoughts of impropriety vanish, along with the awkwardness of being half-dressed in proximity to the prince. "I wish I could have done more." "You were wonderful," he murmurs. "It should have been me on the ground with Rafaela." A sigh slides out of my lungs. I'm not sure what to say, because I know what it's like to watch someone die, and wish I could have done better. No amount of placating words could ever ease that kind of guilt. "Have you been sitting here all night?" I ask. Prince Kevon shakes his head. "I awoke half an hour ago. The medical staff administered a sedative after getting authorization from Lady Cersei, so I also slept through the night." I frown. Why would they need to ask the Lady at Arms? It wasn't a medical emergency. "Do Rafaela's parents know?" I asked. "They would have been informed the moment she died," he replied. His words trigger the memory of something else.
Did anyone check her Armstrong monitor? It was supposed to have informed the Royal Hospital of her dire medical emergency. I checked the Chief Technical Officer's report, he replies. It says that there was no malfunction in her device. What about the footage it recorded? He shakes his head. The electrical charge deleted her last 6 hours. I draw back and stare into his eyes. They aren't black or dark brown, as I had originally imagined, nor are they the green of his Sergeant Silver disguise. A deep denim blue that's nearly as dark as his pupils rings the irises. The color bleeds toward the middle in patterns that remind me of a picture I once saw of mountain tops backlit by a winter sun. Cobalt mixes with steel blue and white like broken clouds. With thick black lashes framing this vista, the effect is mesmerizing. The pain etched on his features tears a hole through my chest, and the part of me that wishes to save everybody yearns to ease his pain. The monitor on my wrist squeals, and I flinch. He frowns. Zia? I hold up my arm. After seeing what happened yesterday, I can't help but wonder if these things are weapons. There has never been a case of an Armstrong malfunction, but all these electronics are programmed to do whatever you want. Your car drives itself, and you ordered food with it. Can't someone make a health monitor explode? His lips part, and his brows draw together. I'm guessing that he's about to correct me on my explosion theory, but I shake my head. Maybe that's the wrong word. Words tumble from my lips. Batteries hold electricity, but what happens when they become overfull? They don't teach us things like that at school, but I'm sure that electricity would spill out the way grain might spill out of an overloaded wagon. I have to explain myself before he dismisses me as a technology-fearing bumpkin. But don't you think it's too much of a coincidence for her to have survived a fatal fall, only for the device that didn't call an ambulance to kill her with a massive electric shock? He dips his head and stares into my lap. The nightgown has ridden up, exposing my thighs, and my stomach plummets with mortification. I place a hand on the armrest for leverage to stand, but he grabs my hand. I raised my concerns earlier with Lady Cersei, he says. She has a team of security officers investigating what happened to Rafaela. My lips tighten. According to Berta's gossip, this entire contest was a ploy to separate Prince Kevon from what the king and queen considered to be a promiscuous actress. It wouldn't surprise me if the information Gemini's father obtained for Queen Damascena was related to Rafaela von Eyck's health monitor. I can't voice a word of this, because the freedom of over 200,000 harvesters depends on my successful completion of this mission. Accusing Lady Cersei is as good as accusing Prince Kevon's mother. A stray lock of blue-black hair swings down from his head and lands on the side of his nose. I smooth it behind his ear. I didn't see any of her movies, but she seemed like a really nice person. You must have loved her a lot. She was my dearest friend, he says. I thought you were... My words trail off. The only thing I knew about Rafaela was what Berta told me. Rafaela preferred lovers of her own gender, he says. A society like ours frowns on those in relationships that won't result in offspring. I let the public think we were together for her protection. Oh. My mind goes blank, and I flounder for words. In Ragosa, every young person is expected to marry and reproduce. The nobles reward married couples with extra water rations, which increase with each new birth. Any other lifestyle would mean less to drink. Is this the first time you've seen someone die? I ask. His brows draw together, and he squeezes his eyes shut. My chest tightens. It's probably too soon to discuss such a painful subject, but I really don't know how to handle the new revelation about Prince Kevon's relationship with Rafaela. Prince Kevon is nothing like I imagined. After having heard Berta's gossip about how the king and queen commenced the trials to keep them apart,
I'm shocked to discover that he was protecting her from persecution. I gulp. That's just so noble. He meets my gaze with red-rimmed eyes. When I apprenticed at the border, some people would arrive in such a weakened state that they didn't survive longer than a few days. This is the first time I've seen an assassination. I nod. Nobody deserves to die like that. Prince Kevon cups the side of my face, and for the first time, his touch is comforting. And you? There was a man in Ragosa. My chest tightens to even think about Mr. Wintergreen. He tried to stop a border guard from attacking a harvester girl, and the guard killed him. His eyes widen and his lips part. When? Did the guard see you? 7 years ago. I release a long sigh, and tears prick the backs of my eyes. I hid during the attack, but I wish I'd seen his face. I wish I'd done... Prince Kevon places a finger on my lips. You were 9. That guard probably would have murdered you too. He wraps his arms around me, and I relax into his embrace. I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do, just ask. I shake my head, and something deep within me loosens. That night, when a 12-year-old Rice screamed at me for letting his father die, nobody pointed out that I'd been too young to do anything, and nobody had pointed out the risk I might have faced from attacking that guard. Of all the people to give me absolution for the biggest burden I've carried, I would never have expected it to come from Prince Kevon. It's too late, I murmur into his neck, but I appreciate the offer. We sit so close that our heartbeats synchronize, and my breathing matches his. My mind drifts, and I wonder how different our lives would have been if Prince Kevon had been born into my echelon. He draws back and meets my gaze. I'll speak to someone about what we discussed earlier. My mind races through our conversations, but it keeps getting stuck between Rafaela's body landing on the hood of the car and the electrical charge that caused her death. I'll tell my mother I won't participate in the princess trials unless she arranges a pardon for Gemini Pixel, he says. My lips part, and a breath catches in the back of my throat. Did you change your mind because of Rafaela? He nods. That girl doesn't deserve execution. Joy surges through my chest. It's bittersweet, because it took the death of another girl to make him realize that lives were more important than rules. I wrap my arms around him and relax into his embrace. Thank you. The door opens, and I scramble off his lap. Lady Cersei pokes her head into the room and scowls. I told you to stay in your room. She steps aside and opens the door for the queen. Here he is. Queen Damascena sweeps into the room, clad in a peach trousers suit. Her gaze lands on me, and the tiniest tightening of her lips hint at disapproval. I dip into a curtsy, but don't get very low, as Lady Cersei wraps her arm around my wrist and pulls me toward the door. We need to talk. Chapter 19. My heart pounds as Lady Cersei pulls me out of the room, down a windowless white hallway, and shoves me into an alcove. A dozen paranoid thoughts race through my mind, most of them centered around accusing me of sowing the seeds of Rafaela's death. I steady my bare feet and hold one of the fighting stances I learned in the Red Runner training drills, feet apart, arms braced at my sides, fists ready to block and strike. At around 5'10", the dark-skinned woman isn't much taller than me, but I'm barefoot and only clad in a flimsy hospital gown, while she wears a tactical catsuit and enough guns to turn me into a sieve. Tell me everything that happened last night at the dinner table, she says. My gaze is locked in hard green eyes that look peculiar against her dark skin. Don't you have that footage from the cameras? Tell me, she snarls. In halting words,
I describe how Ingrid taunted Raffaella about her involvement with some actors, and how Prince Kevon intervened when the Armstradi girls tried to make me say words of sedition on camera. Her eyes flash at the mention of them. Did they speak to Raffaella von Eyck? I flinch at her words. Somewhere deep down in the pit of my soul, I thought Lady Circe and Queen Damascena had arranged Raffaella's death. If the Lady at Arms suspects the Armstradi girls, maybe I was right to be suspicious of their fighting prowess. Did they? She barks. My mouth dries, and I swallow. I don't remember. Lady Circe scowls, looking like she's about to say something nasty. I scowl back. Our table had cameras fixed on us the entire evening. Everything you need to know is in the footage. Excuse me, says a small voice. Lady Circe twists around, revealing the woman whose camera I slapped off her face the night before. She stands in the hallway with a colleague. I saw Her Majesty enter that room you just left. The camera woman raises herself on tiptoes in an attempt to make eye contact with me. Did you spend a night with Prince Kevon? My mouth drops open, and I'm about to sputter a denial, but Lady Circe points a gun into the camera lens. Would you also like to spend a night at the Royal Hospital? I can arrange that with a click. The woman lowers her camera and backs away. I'm just following orders, my lady. The princess trials are... Come with me. Lady Circe grabs my wrist. The muscles around my shoulders tighten. If she has dug any further into my past and discovered my association with the Red Runners, Raffaella won't be the only one lying in a hazardous waste bag. She marches me back through the white hallway, where a camera woman waits outside the door of my hospital room. I glance down at Lady Circe's hand, which still holds the gun, and a shudder runs down the back of my neck. What if her suspicion of the Armstradi is a pretense at making her and the Queen look innocent? I shake off those thoughts. Right now I've got to leave this hospital and rejoin the trials. It's callous to think about my mission at a time like this, but Carolina, Rice, and hundreds of thousands of people are depending on me to get to the palace. Lady Circe brings me to my hospital room, which is now empty. She orders me to get dressed and return to the barracks for breakfast. My shoulders slump with relief, and I hurry to the shower room to carry out her orders. About half an hour later, I arrive at my room just as Berta emerges from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Her wet, shortened hair clings to the sides of her face, and her cheeks are flushed from the hot water. She flicks her head at my untouched bed, but all I notice is the gray dress that lies folded on the trunk. Were you out all night with the prince? Berta asks. My head still pounds from my encounter with Lady Circe and from the constant buzzing of the watch in my boot. I haven't had a moment alone, and I'm in no mood to explain that I failed to enter the palace. Raising a palm, I shake my head. It's not what you think. Gemini sits up in bed. The other girls were furious when you both left. Did they say anything? I ask. Ingrid and Raffaella got into a stupid argument, and the Armstradi girls kept quiet and watched. Berta shakes her head. I like a good punch-up, but they were salivating over the girls like they were made of white chocolate. Does such a thing even exist? I turn to Gemini, who bows her head and shrugs. They kept making jabs about my execution. My lips part, and I'm about to tell her that Prince Kevon agreed to petition for her pardon, but I give my head a tiny shake. He warned me last night in the botanical gardens about the limits of his power. I don't want to raise Gemini's hopes in case he isn't successful. As soon as I step into the bathroom to answer Rice's call, Gemini follows. We take our showers and get dressed. Then the three of us make our way down to the dining room. My nerves are frazzled, and I can't even focus on the mission right now. All 12 Armstradi girls sit around their tables in the first row, each clad in black, while the other tables are half full with girls trailing in at different rates. On the side table is the usual fare of sliced fruit and jugs of red juice. My stomach churns as I remember the sensation of blood-soaked locks of hair slopping onto the side of my face. I lower myself into my seat and stare at the empty place setting. "Trouble's brewing," whispers Berta. "There she is," says a snide voice. I don't need to raise my head to know that it belongs to Emera Hull. "One of the assistants said she saw you walk into the building looking like you'd spent the night rolling in the hay with His Highness." "Are you accusing the prince of not being a gentleman?" I snap. She flinches, and a flush blooms across her cheeks. Her flaxen hair flops about her face as she shakes her head with feigned horror. "What's wrong with you?" "Ladies, may I have your attention?" Prunella Broadleaf stands on the podium. She wears a black trouser suit in a similar style to the one Queen Damascena wore, with a black, rimless hat shaped like a pork pie. I glare at the camera pointed at my face, but the woman doesn't take the hint and continues filming my reaction. Only one camera is fixed on Prunella, while the others focus on key people around the room. Cameras point at Ingrid at the nobles table, Berta, Gemini, Emera, Saber at the Armstradi table, and at her black-haired friend, whose name I have forgotten. Prunella clears her throat. "Due to recent events, we're canceling the next trial, and we won't require anything of you until the ball, where you will face the public vote." All the girls turn to each other, presumably wondering what Prunella is talking about. Sweat breaks out across my palms. She had been outside last night as the ambulance took Rafaela away. "It is my sad duty to inform you that Rafaela von Eyck died last night." Chatter explodes across the room. Everyone either knows Rafaela from her work as an actress or noticed her long embrace with Prince Kevon. Ingrid shoots out of her seat. "How? She was only 18. Prunella's lips tighten, and her gaze slides to my table. "Suicide. Rafaela von Eyck was a very troubled young lady." A rush of fury shoves me out of my seat. "She didn't kill herself," I shout. "Someone pushed her out of a building." Prunella tilts her head to the side. "You pushed her?" The camera pointing at Gemini turns to me. "For a vicious murderer, you excel at playing the doe-eyed damsel. Your performance last night was convincing enough to turn the head of our handsome prince." My heart thuds so hard that my ribcage reverberates. "What are you talking about?" "Security cameras picked up footage of a girl skulking through the hallways. We thought it was Rafaela walking to her death, but you're about the same height and build." Prunella tilts her head, and malice gleams between her thick lashes. "In the dark, you might even be twins." I shake my head. "You're wrong." "Did you push her?" Prunella walks down the podium steps, excited breaths panting through her thin lips. "With Rafaela dead, you can step in to fill the void in Prince Kevon's heart." Nausea ripples through my empty belly, and the pulse in my throat flutters with panic. I don't look anything like Rafaela von Eyck, but Prunella's accusations sound realistic enough to make every girl in the room stare at me through sharp, suspicious eyes. "Admit it." She strides through the room with her hands clenched into fists. "You pushed that poor girl to her death." "No," I snap. "I was in the car with Prince Kevon when she fell on the hood." "Lies," she snarls. "There's footage of you entering her room moments before she was pushed." My head pounds, and fury rushes through my ears. I won't let this vindictive wretch ruin my chances of getting through to the palace round with her lies. I won't let her cast suspicion on me and let the real killer go unpunished. The whispers turn to angry mutters, and all the fine hairs on my body stand on end. At this rate, An army of guards will drag me out for an interrogation, from which I may never return. "That wasn't me," I shout. "I was in the botanical gardens all evening with Prince Kevon." Triumph flashes in her eyes, and her lips curl into a smile. "Did you soak in the lover's bath, or did you let him deflower you in the bed of lilies?" A bitter taste spreads across my mouth, and I want to spit. Prunella manipulated me. The black clothes, the tearful announcement, the horse manure about Rafaela's suicide. It was all a ploy to get me to talk about my night out with Prince Kevon. "We all want to know, don't we, ladies?" She gestures at the girls around the table, who grumble. "What did you do to capture the attention of Prince Kevon? Are you making promises of carnal delights? Or are you hiding something ravenous under those voluminous harvester skirts?" Shame washes through my sinuses, making them sting, and tears prick the backs of my eyes. I should have withheld my reaction and waited for the right moment to strike with the truth. They'll probably just show my outburst, and not the fakery that prompted me to speak. I try not to imagine Carolina pursing her lips at the big screen, or Rice turning his head away in disgust. But I've made an idiot of myself for no reason that advances my mission. Lowering myself into the seat, I fold my arms. Lying about a girl's death is really low, even for a vacuous, no-talent scarecrow like you. The glare she gives me sends cold sludge through my veins. Prunella turns around to address the room. "Ladies, see to it that our bucking bronco doesn't steal the prince." "What does that mean?" I snap. Berta shakes her head. "She's just rallied everyone to make you their target. Even if the prince wants you, Fangloria won't accept a queen who has performed like an ass in front of the nation." I turn to Gemini, who cringes and nods. Biting on the inside of my lip, I can't help but wonder what this means for my future with Rice. When I raise my head, more than half the room shoots me with calculating glares. After a breakfast of sliced melon, the production assistants lead us back to the large room, where Mistress Pavon holds a cane. She stands in front of floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the lawn. Today's lesson is the basic waltz, and she orders us to form pairs for an assessment of our skills. Gemini steps back and folds her arms. "I won't be dancing at the ball." I'm too sickened by Prunella's stunt and the events of last night to do anything but nod. "You're leading," says Berta. "I've never waltzed lead." She pulls my arms into position. The dance mistress bangs the cane on the stone floor and counts to 3 in a rhythm that I assume is related to the waltz. Berta pushes me around the dance floor in dizzying circular movements that make me stumble over my feet. My insides cringe with renewed horror as I'm once again looking ridiculous. Mistress Pavon taps girls on the shoulder as they waltz past and tells them to move to the side of the room. All 6 Armstradi pairs stand among the 3 noble and artisan pairs. Within moments, the dance instructor tells 2 pairs of guardian girls to stand aside, leaving the final pair of guardians, all the industrials, the harvesters, Berta, and me. "Stop," I say to Berta. "This isn't working." "It would, if you listened to my directions." I shake my head and pull myself out of her grip. Maybe she's had lessons, but I haven't, and neither have those whose families work 6 days a week with only a 7th day to have a decent bath and tend to their own business. Emira dances with Cori Barzona, the milkmaid from Bose, but even they struggle to perform steps they haven't learned. Vita Lott, the purple-haired girl from Ragosa, dances with the girl from Morris, who cartwheeled through her audition. She holds her face in a neutral expression, but her nostrils are flared, revealing her displeasure. The door opens, and a production assistant steps inside. "May I borrow Miss Calico for a moment?" Whatever goodwill I have left plummets like a dandelion seed caught in the rain. If Prunella has shown Lady Circe this supposed footage of me sneaking into Rafaela's room, no amount of talking will help me escape her wrath. Mistress Pavan shoos me away. I walk across the room to the production assistant, who hurries down the hallway and won't answer any of my questions. Part of me wants to return to the dance class, but I think about the larger prize. Even if it means being tripped up or turned into a donkey's behind, I've got to endure it until the palace round. The assistant opens the door to an office with dark wood furniture and a gold-button naval jacket hanging on the wall. The bookshelf of leather tomes and globe give it an old-world feel, and the site is ruined by Prunella Broadleaf sitting behind the desk with her tablet. She has changed to a pastel green version of her black suit, which looks terrible with her peach-colored makeup. Prunella points at a low metal stool in front of her desk that reminds me of an upturned bucket. "Please sit." "What is this about?" I ask. "The nation is curious about your origins," she replies with a gentle smile. Casting a glance at the camera, I say, "I don't understand." "Everyone wishes to know what kind of people birthed the bucking bronco." She sweeps her arm toward the wall, which turns from white to black. Images of cornfields flash through the screen, ending in one familiar sight. "Netface." I gape at a still picture of my house. It looks so small and shabby compared to the stone structures of the oasis, and the surroundings are more yellow and drier looking on camera. "The network is in Ragosa?" I ask. A soft snort escapes her nostrils. "Hardly." One of the camera women gets into position at the end of the room and nods at Prunella. She leans forward, steeples her fingers, and smiles. "I'm here live with Fangloria's favorite fool, Zia Mays Calico." My mouth drops open, but I don't rise to the bait. Did Prunella just make that up, or is that really what they're calling me? "Zia, do you miss your parents at all?" she purrs. "We've never heard you speak about your family. One would think you were ashamed of your humble beginnings." "That's not true," I say, with my brightest smile. "Every time I taste something wonderful, or see one of the many wonders in the oasis, I wish my brothers and parents were here to share the experience." Her brows waggle. "And last night with Prince Kevan? I'm sure your mother won't approve of what you showed him in the flower beds." "Last night, someone close to the prince died," I say, with more bite in my voice than I intend. It's a sad day for all when a young life is so brutally cut short. The smirk on her face fades into a mask of horror. Since this is a live broadcast, she won't be able to ask her precious camera women to remove that footage. "Of course," she says. "We're all devastated to lose poor Rafaela von Eyck. She is with Gaia now, and no cheap substitute can replace her." Her barb might have stung if I actually wanted the prince, but I give her a sage nod. "Let's put my parents on, before you say something even more tasteless." The image of our house disappears from the screen, replaced by a shot of Mom and the twins. They're sitting on her lap and waving into a screen that looks a mere foot away from their sticky hands. It's only been days since I've left, but seeing them makes my heart ache. I've never been away from my family for longer than a half a day, and can't believe how thin and drawn they look compared to the people I've met here. "Zee," says Yosef. "We saw you on Oasis Vision." "Will you save us a tomato?" asks Flint. "Hello, boys. Have you been good for Mom?" I ask. "Yes," they chorus. Before Mom can get a chance to speak, Yosef tells me Sharkey and her babies have gone missing. My throat dries, and I smile wider to keep the alarm out of my expression. I don't tell her that my kakapo has flown to the oasis. Prunella might make a huge show of having the poor bird executed. "What charming boys," Prunella says, in a tone that means the opposite. "But we really wanted to hear from your parents. Mrs. Calico, what do you think of your daughter's burgeoning relationship with Prince Kevon?" Pride shines in Mom's eyes. "He's a very handsome young man, and I'm sure he will make a strong king. I'd be delighted if he chooses my daughter, but it's too early in the contest to comment." Warmth spreads across my chest, and I smile. Mom combines humility and poise and quiet strength. "A nice way of saying she doesn't have a chance," says Prunella. "It's not my place to speculate on which young lady is right for Prince Kevon, Miss Broadleaf." Prunella's smile freezes at Mom's lack of deference. "It's customary for the lower echelons to refer to the nobles as master or mistress. Did they not teach you that in the barons?" "Forgive me," Mom says. "I thought the rule only applied to those born into the echelon, those who have earned a place through supreme excellence, or those not discarded by their noble spouses." My jaw drops. Prunella's husband left her? Where on earth did Mom get that gossip? "Thank you, Mrs. Calico and the twins," Prunella says through clenched teeth. "Those corn husks won't clear themselves." I turn to Prunella and smirk. Mom's happily married, and she stays at home looking after the household. "And she's done a wonderful job of turning you into the polished young lady you aren't." A laugh huffs from my chest. Everyone watching has already seen Prunella match wits with a harvester housewife she implied more than once was a foundling. It's her who looks like an idiot, not Mom. A gloved hand lands on Mom's shoulder, and I clench my teeth. The black leather could only belong to a guard. Harvesters don't even get to use the materials for shoes. "How are you transmitting from Ragosa?" I ask. "A friendly guardian volunteered for the job," she says, with her voice full of renewed cheer. My smile falters. Are they watching my parents now? Mom lets the twins off her lap and moves off screen, revealing the canvas seat of a solar Jeep. Gemini mentioned once that guardians had remote access to Netface, but it still doesn't stop me from worrying that the monsters who killed Mr. Wintergreen and dismissed his death as inconsequential are around my family. Dad comes on screen, a frown marring his brow. "Are you taking care of yourself down there, Z?" "I'm well, and the food is great." It's only half a lie. While the rations and the skipped meal is worse than the fare at home, last night's French onion soup was sumptuous. I'm sure that whatever Prunella eats at the head table is sublime. "Good." He nods as though thinking of how to phrase what he's about to say. "Everyone here is very proud of you." A breath catches in the back of my throat, and it looks like he's forgiven me for joining the princess trials as a Red Runner spy. "I want everyone to know I think about them every day." "Are you sure you want to do this, Z?" Dad swallows. "Montana explained the new rules when the ambassador let you through to the next round, and a bucking bronco is just as dangerous as a—" The transmission cuts off. I turn around. What was he going to say? "Your 10 minutes are up," Prunella says with a sneer. "What was the point of cutting us off?" I say. Her eyes harden. "The next time you speak to me with disrespect, remember, my fans can access your family at any time." All the blood drains from my face. "You're threatening their lives because you don't like how I play the role of the bucking bronco?" Her cheeks redden, and she presses her lips into a thin line. It doesn't matter that she's made an idiot of herself again. Prunella Broadleaf has the power to hurt the people I love, and I can't afford to risk my family over petty victories. I clench my teeth, painfully aware that the camera woman has that infernal machine trained on my face. If Prunella carries on like this, Raffaella won't be the only person who gets pushed from a great height.
Chapter 20. By the time I return to Mistress Pavon's class, the room is empty, and the helpful camera woman filming my confusion informs me that there's a garden party outside. My nerves are already brittle from the sight of those guards around my family, and I'm desperate to speak to them without an audience to find out what's really happening in Ragosa. I hurry through the silent hallway with the woman trailing behind me like a hungry corn lizard with the click-clack of her shoes filling my ears. I push open the double doors that lead to the lawn, which is no longer a sea of green, but a busy gathering of over 100 people. A third of them are the girls competing in the princess trials, but nearly everybody else wears white, from their summer hats to their shoes. Whoever has decorated this space has made it look like a wedding. Tiny white flags with the Fangloria tree hang from the branches on long strings, and round white lanterns float above us. My brows rise. One of the girls died yesterday, and Prince Kevon is in mourning. This event should have been cancelled out of respect. The scent of grilled meat fills my nostrils, and I turn to the far end of the garden, where a man in burgundy slices meat from a pig on a spit. Despite my sour mood, saliva floods my mouth. It's rare to get meat, and I've never known anyone to be able to purchase so much pork. Another assistant packs the pork into thin slices of bread and hands them to the people standing in line. I head toward the spit, but the camera woman places a hand on my shoulder and informs me that the girls will eat from the salad room. She points at a white, bell-shaped tent with open sides. Most of the girls form a line, with the ones in the front holding plates. My face remains impassive. I'm not going to give her a reaction. Berta walks past with brisk strides. Her shoulders hunch halfway up her neck, and her fists clench and unclench. A camera woman has to jog to keep up. I hurry after her. What's wrong? This? She sweeps her arm out and presses her large palm into the lens. We're being paraded to the Chamber of Ministers for their amusement. I take another look at the people around us. The Chamber of Ministers is the group of nobles who run the country. They set quotas for how much each town should produce, determine water rations, and make other decisions that affect the lives of the echelons. Whenever I thought of the Chamber of Ministers, I pictured old men with white beards. But everyone has the same blue-black hair and ageless look as Montana. What are they doing here? I ask. Informal interviews, she says, her voice bitter. This is an opportunity for them to see which girl meets their standards to become the next queen. Some old vulture just told me I had put the Ridgeback family to shame, and I'd be lucky to work in waste disposal. Does he have the power to affect your future? She shoots me an impatient glare. The Minister of Guardian Employment? Yeah, I think so. Shaking off my irritation, I glance further into the line. The buffet table is over 20 feet long and crammed with dishes. Watermelons carved to look like peacocks sit at 2 feet intervals among platters of rainbow-colored lettuces, bowls of bean salad, chopped and shredded vegetables, and sauces of every color. At the far end of the table are tiers of 20-inch-wide bowls laden with strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, grapes, and blackberries. There's enough here to feed 500 harvesters. I glance over my shoulder at the cameras, wondering if this flagrant waste of food will appear on Oasis Vision. Where's Gemini? I ask. She huffs a bitter laugh. Do you think I want to stand next to a traitor and ruin my name completely? I purse my lips and wait for her to finish her rant. Berta couldn't have predicted that the Armstrad ambassador would order her return to the trials as a form of entertainment, but she could have avoided this by not gate-crashing the audition. But I don't tell her this, of course. After Prunella's stunt this morning,
and her reminder to the girls to make me a target. I'm in no position to make enemies. Eventually, she says, "They took her away a few minutes after you left." "Why?" She raises a shoulder. "How should I know? What did they show you?" In halting words, I describe the net-face reunion with my family. We reach the table, and a woman in burgundy ignores my request for potato salad and dumps purple leaves on my plate. In the middle of the table is a fish larger than my younger brother's. Its body is skinned, stuffed with lemon wedges, and topped with cucumber slices. But whoever prepared it left the head and tail intact. From its pink flesh, it might be a salmon, but the ones for sale at the Ragosa Dome are no more than 12 inches long. Its mouth gapes open, revealing inch-long serrated teeth, and its milky eyes stare out at us in death. The assistant places a generous chunk of fish on my plate, and when I get to the part of the story where I saw the guards on screen, Berta says, "Huh." A tight fist squeezes my insides. "Do you think there's another purpose for the guards?" "Probably." She flicks her head to a seating area outside the tent and walks ahead with her plate. "The trials haven't properly started yet, and you're not even a candidate. But you're spending all that time with Prince Kevon. People are bound to get interested in your parents." "What do you mean?" I quicken my steps across the lawn. "Here they are." Montana strides toward us, clad in a white one-piece suit that clings to his muscular frame. Next to him is a small man wearing a lightweight military jacket with 4 oversized pockets over the chest and sides. The white of his outfit clashes with the yellow tint in his skin, and I have to blink several times to work out that this is the Armstrad ambassador. "The underdog and the bucking bronco," Montana chuckles. "Yeah, thanks for that," Berta mutters. Montana claps the smaller man on the shoulder and beams. "Thanks to you 3, 100 Fanglorians will benefit from these wonderful new health monitors." Normally, a bitter thought would float to the surface of my mind about how harvesters won't receive any of this Armstradi bounty, but not today. I place my plate of salad on the wooden table and clutch the monitor stuck to my wrist. After seeing the electrical surge that killed Rafaela, the nobles can keep those weapons of mass assassination. "I didn't exactly volunteer for this," snaps Berta. "By storming the stage and presenting yourself to the judges as a candidate, you tacitly agreed to all the terms of the Princess Trials contract." He bares his white teeth in an expression that's the opposite of a smile. "Those in breach, forget it." Berta picks up her plate and walks toward the other end of the garden, where there's a set of tables and chairs by the spit roast. Montana steps away. "I will leave you in the Bronco's hands, Your Excellency." The Armstrad ambassador inclines his head, and we both watch him walk toward a crowd of people in white surrounding Ingrid Straub, likely helping her commiserate on her awful date with Prince Kevon. "That one is the Chamber of Ministers' favorite," says the ambassador. "However, I would say that Prince Kevon does not appreciate the charms of my girls or Miss Straub." "Your Excellency, why did you choose me?" I ask. He turns to the camera woman. "Leave us." Without a word, she backs several feet away, but the ambassador waves his hand and shoos her even further. The tightness in my shoulders relaxes only a fraction, as I have no idea why someone so important wishes to be alone with me. It's impossible to see the ambassador's full expression because his spectacles have tinted, but his thin lips form a tight smile. "I think you are an interesting young woman to know." He makes a guttural sound in the back of his throat. My skin prickles at the peculiar sound. I long to ask him about what happened to Rafaela's monitor, but it might sound like an accusation. "And Gemini Pixel?" His face hardens. "Our society is a hard one, where food is scarce and everybody survives on rations." My brows draw together, and I tilt my head to the side, wondering what on earth he's talking about. With their advanced technology, I had always pictured them growing crops in biodomes. It's my estimation that Fangloria exports 50% of its output to Armstrad. He glances down at my plate and back to me. How much of that do you think contains seed? But tomatoes contain seeds, which won't grow without a specific soil compound. Neither will the seeds of any of the fruit and vegetables we import. My throat dries, and I glance around from left to right. Why are you telling me this? You asked about Miss Pixel. I wish to tell you that our society holds everything precious. The man leans forward to observe my reaction. We do not waste food on garden parties, nor do we waste the talents of our people on drudgery, where we can use machines. And one thing we would never waste is the life of a promising child, especially one in excellent health. I don't understand. The dark tint on his spectacles disappears, revealing glacial eyes. At some point, you will. He changes the subject, with a hair-raising anecdote about his ambassadorial limousine being attacked by a horde of wild men on his journey from the aerodrome to the north gate of the Great Wall. They were trying to reach Princess Briar, who he says was traumatized by the experience. Before I can ask why Fangloria doesn't have an aerodrome within the wall, he steps away and gives me a curt bow. I look forward to watching you progress through the princess trials. Thank you, Your Excellency. He walks away, leaving me reeling with confusion. I lower myself into a wooden seat and stare at my uneaten plate of salad. Something in his words implied that he thought I had a chance of winning. But more importantly, I think he wants to save Gemini's life. But why does my flesh still crawl at the thought of her in the care of the ambassador? As I consider his words, an assistant dressed in burgundy approaches with a tray laden with glasses of clear, sparkling liquid. What is it? I ask. Purge water. No, thank you. All the candidates have to drink it. I glance around to find all the other girls sipping glasses of the same liquid and take a glass. The assistant nods and walks to the next person. As I eat my salad, my gaze follows Montana, who brings a tall man over to the Harvester girls. He's about to introduce the man to the cartwheeling girl, but Emera lurches forward and grabs the man's hand. Vitalot and Cory Barzona exchange exasperated looks. I shake my head, wondering how on earth she thinks that attitude will win her friends, let alone the attention of Prince Kevon. A warm wind blows across the garden, bringing the sweet scent of roses. I turn in the direction of the hedges that lead to the guest house where Pharrell is staying, and hope she's happy with Garrett and isn't worrying her parents. Hours later, the dignitaries leave the garden party, and the assistants usher us back into the building and down the stairs to a basement room that looks like it takes up half a block. Long, thin bulbs cross the walls like pipes, emitting blue light. It's so bright that I have to squint. As with most rooms in the Royal Navy barracks, one wall consists of a screen that broadcasts highlights from the princess trials. They're replaying Rafaela's audition. She's beaming into the camera and wearing a glittering mauve gown that complements her coloring. Some of the girls gasp and rush around the screen, but I stay close to the doorway with Berta. No matter how much I look at the vibrant beauty, it will never erase the image of the broken girl lying in the middle of the road. The machines around the room look like loungers, except they are split into sections where a person is supposed to lay their arms and legs. It looks like there are enough for every single girl in the trials. What's this? I whisper to Berta. It's a gymnasium. What do you think? Her abrasive attitude rubs my nerves raw, and I spit out, No harvester has fancy rooms to stay active. We tire ourselves out with work. A shrill blow of a whistle turns my attention to the right of the room, where Prunella Broadleaf jogs out of a doorway. Her tied-back hair bounces about like a horse's tail, and a thick sweatband conceals the wide expanse of her forehead. "Attention, ladies," Prunella trills to a camera. "Good afternoon." Everyone but me mutters a response. "After that sumptuous luncheon, we're going to work off these kilojoules and shape up those muscles. Who's ready?" She tells us to take a machine each, lie down, and let the technology do the work. Berta and I head to a pair of exercisers in the middle of the room. Berta presses a button on the armrest and her machine vibrates to life. I shrug and do the same. The exerciser vibrates while moving my arms up and down. I can't feel the strain in my muscles the same way a person gets fatigued from pushing a wheelbarrow, and it's the most ridiculous thing I've encountered since arriving at the Oasis. Half an hour later, when our machines stop, Prunella tells us to swap. This continues for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Scenes from last night's dinner come on screen. The camera focuses on Princess Briar, who gives one-word answers to Garrett. I can't hear what they're saying over the rumble of the exerciser. The young woman retains the blank expression from the auditions, and nothing Garrett says will make her smile. A bleep from my electric bracelet makes me jolt. If the Armstradi really survive on rations, I'm not surprised she's so downcast. The screen cuts to scenes from the other tables. Emera knocks a glass of water onto the cartwheeling girl's lap, claps both hands over her mouth, and stares, horrified, into the camera. At the industrial table, 2 girls cough into their napkins. Whoever edited this episode of The Princess Trials has decided to portray the Guardians as poised and well-manicured. I think that's because this echelon provides security, healthcare, architecture, and everything else to maintain the country's infrastructure. In the next scene, they focus on the artisans' colorful gowns. I haven't had a chance to speak to them, but the girls look cheerful compared to the nobles, who appear coldly elegant. All the highlights from our table focus on the Armstradi girls' attempts to goad Gemini and me into reacting to their taunts. Last night I thought it had been Saber making most of the comments, but I didn't notice the other girls' malicious glares until now. They didn't show any of the scenes where Ingrid tries to damage Rafaela's reputation. "Hey." Berta stands over my machine. "That knob looks confused." I switch my exerciser off. "Where?" She nods in the direction of a machine closest to the screen. Ingrid stands between her exerciser and the screen. She leans across to a dark-haired noble girl, who shrugs. What Ingrid probably doesn't know is that the Chamber of Ministers want her to win. With Montana being the Minister of Media, and Prunella Broadleaf's boss, there isn't a chance for the viewing public to see the girl's true personality. The camera trained on us makes me keep this information to myself. I'm already cringing, because I can guess what will come next. Prince Kevon rises from his seat and offers me his hand. The camera cuts to Queen Damascena, whose lips tighten with the same expression of distaste she made in my hospital room. Next to her, Ambassador Pascal leans forward, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Did you two really go to the botanical gardens?" asks Berta. Where else would I have gone with him? I turn my gaze from the scene to shoot her a glare. She stares ahead and raises her shoulders. "I got to talking with a bunch of the other girls, and they were saying—" Her jaw drops. "Ha!" I spin around to the screen. "What?" A snarling Lady Circe pulls a naked girl through a door and into a hallway. In the room behind her, a clothed Prince Kevon walks after the girl, but Queen Damascena wraps a hand around his forearm and stops him from following. The girl's dark hair covers her face, but I recognize the slender body. Panic flutters through my heart. This can't be me, because I wore a nightgown,
The camera follows the two women down a hallway, and Lady Circe shoves her into an alcove. Berta gives me a hard nudge that knocks me out of my stupor.
"What's he like, then?"
I shake my head. That isn't me. The next scene is of a girl with my head and someone else's naked body. Lady Circe points a gun at the camera and makes the same threat. I want to bellow into the camera that it's a fabrication, but is there any point? Everyone stops their exerciser to stare at me, but nobody speaks. Prunella Broadleaf stands in the corner of the room and smirks. Ingrid saunters across the gymnasium. "It looks like we have a pageant horse." As she steps forward, the other girls step off their machines and walk behind Ingrid. In moments, all the nobles, artisans, and guardians form a wall between me and the door. I glance behind me, and Emera stands 6 feet away with the harvesters and industrials. The Armstradi girls sit up at their exerciser and watch with gleaming eyes.
"Pageant horse,"
I snarl.
"What does that mean?"
She chuckles.
"A healthy, active girl like you should know the meaning of the word."
I turn to Berta, who shakes her head.
"You don't want to know," she mutters.
"If they're broadcasting this to Ragosa, people important to me might see this," I say. Ingrid wrinkles her nose.
"It means that anyone can ride it, much like how you comforted Prince Kevan in his moment of grief."
I shake my head. But that wasn't me. It was
the mysterious woman who pushed poor Rafaela van Eyck out of the window,
Ingrid says in a condescending tone that makes me want to wrap my hands around her neck and squeeze out her last breath. She stands within striking distance, and to my left and right are camera women.
"Girls like you, who lie and cheat and steal innocent men, always get what they deserve. If I become the queen, the first thing I will do is move you and your family back to the barrens."
"Do you have dung between your ears?" I snap. "I just told you it wasn't me."
"Prove it."
"How?"
"Take off your gym suit, so we can compare you with the girl on screen."
She sweeps her arm to the wall, where the footage of Lady Circe dragging off the girl replays. I don't know how they did this, but if Oasis Vision can alter Prince Kevan's features to make him unrecognizable, they might be able to erase my hospital gown with the same technology. My hands clench into fists.
"Step aside." "Not until you explain yourself."
Ingrid turns to the other girls, who nod and mutter nasty comments. "Forget this." I shove her hard in the chest, and she staggers into a pink-haired artisan girl. The crowd parts. I storm to the exit, fling open the double doors, and run. I don't stop until I'm at the top floor hallway and in the safety of my room. A small, blonde figure lies face down on the bed and unmoving. The fire in my veins extinguish, and I step inside. "Gemini?" I croak. She doesn't answer. All the blood in my face trickles down to my thudding heart, and I force breaths in and out of my lungs. "Not again," I whisper. "Please, don't." "Gemini?" She doesn't stir. A mix of fear and nausea clenches at my insides, and I edge toward her bed, my boot leather squeaking over the wooden floor. Gemini can't be dead. They were going to execute her in front of the viewing public. My eyes squeeze shut. What if Prince Kevan had secured her pardon, and whoever wanted her dead snuck in here to perform a private slaughter? What if my actions had brought forward her death? I reach her bedside and drop to my knees. In the semi-darkness, it's hard to see if she's breathing.
and I don't want to stick my fingers under her nose to feel for warmth. Gemini. She flinches. Relief loosens the tension in my muscles, and all the breath leaves my lungs in a single exhale. I thought something had happened to you. She sits up. I couldn't go back to that show after speaking to my dad. How is he? I ask. In a tiny cell somewhere. When they're not forcing him to program, they're making him watch me suffer through the princess trials. Her shoulders shake. They got that Ingrid girl to whip me on camera as a punishment for his treachery. My nostrils flare. What? Gemini's face crumples. I don't know how much more either of us can take. Tears fill my eyes. I've been whipped, but that's because I got caught attacking guards harassing harvester girls. Each stinging lash was something I endured, knowing that I had saved an innocent from a terrible fate. Those punishments were my redemption for letting Mr. Wintergreen die. Gemini's situation is beyond twisted, and I'm glad that Prince Kevon is going to help. The smaller girl wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. I think they're going to kill him when he finishes his project. A question falls to my lips, and before I can stop, I ask, what are they making him do? She shakes her head and raises her right arm into the light. I nod. If a tiny ear cuff can make recordings and send messages, the monitor attached to our wrists can do the same or more. I raise myself off the floor and wrap an arm around her thin shoulders. Have faith. I make my words vague enough for whoever is listening to our conversation. You never know who is watching you from above and wants to help. Gemini exhales a frustrated breath. She probably thinks I'm talking about Gaia. If there were such a thing as an earth goddess, she wouldn't allow so many people to suffer. My words of comfort dry out, and we sit together in the dark and silent room. Gemini rests her head on my shoulder and sighs. I dip my head, and my mind drifts to Prince Kevon. Hopefully he's with Garrett, or somebody who will be compassionate about his loss. I never trusted Queen Damascena and Lady Circe, and I trust them even less after seeing that doctored footage. An hour later, the door opens, flooding the room with light from the hallway, and Berta stomps inside. What's wrong? I ask. Prunella sent us to bed with no dinner. Why? She slams the door and switches on the light, making me wince, then walks to her bed and kicks off her boots. Broadleaf wasn't happy with everyone's performance today. Did something happen at the garden party? I ask. Berta reaches down to the trunk and pulls out a nightgown. You know how she reminded everyone you were the bucking bronco? My stomach tightens. Yes? She wants to see more action against us. I clench my teeth. Why? She didn't say. Berta walks to the bathroom and shuts the door. It's because of me, Gemini whispers. I draw back. What? A hiss fills the air, and white smoke rises from the floor. It burns my sinuses and makes my eyes sting. I scramble off the bed and rush across the room to the door, but the handle is stuck. What on earth is that? I shout. Another door bangs open, making me jolt. Berta staggers out of the bathroom in a cloud of smoke, her eyes red and swollen. Sepa gas! She doubles over and coughs. But I don't understand. Guards only use it to flush out rebels.